Peter Chap, Fianna Fáil, votes this count 9, total votes 7244. Doyle Michael, Fianna Gael, votes this count 7, total votes 4977. Fitzgerald David, Fianna Gael, votes this count 4, total votes 4766. Gladdy Knox Ponya, Sinn Féin, votes this count 91, total votes 6607. McGuinness Eugene, non-party, votes this count 72, total votes 1802. McGuinness John, Fianna Fáil, votes this count 15, total votes 9856. Renee O'Connor Jennifer, Fianna Fáil, votes this count 23, total votes 8139. Newsom Drennan Natasha, Sinn Féin, votes this count 21, total votes 5538. Noonan Malcolm, Green Party, votes this count 6, total votes 2954. O'Connor Luke, non-party, votes this count 257, total votes 1592. O'Hargoyne Sean, the Labour Party, votes this count 8, total votes 1755. O'Neill Gary Ain2, votes this count 173, total votes 2646. Stevenson Patricia, Social Democrats, votes this count 12, total votes 3433. Wallace Adrienne, People Before Profit, votes this count 36, total votes 1528. Non-transferable papers not effective 76. Votes this count, total votes 98. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no service for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute their votes. Adrienne Wallace, 1528 votes. Thank you. count 45. Total votes 6871. Claire Peter Chap, Fianna Fáil. Votes count 6. Total votes 7250. Doyle Michael, Fianna Gael. Votes count 6. Total votes 4983. Fitzgerald David, Fianna Gael. Votes count 5. Total votes 4771. Gladney Knox, Anya, Sinn Féin. Votes count 241. Total votes 6848. McGuinness Eugene, non-party. Votes count 26. Total votes 1828. McGuinness John, Fianna Fáil. Votes count 31. Total votes 9887. Murnane O'Connor Jennifer, Fianna Fáil. Votes count 91. Total votes 8230. Newsom Drennan Natasha, Sinn Féin. Votes count 155. Total votes 5693. Noonan Malcolm, Green Party. Votes count 64. Total votes 3018. O'Connor Luke, non-party. Votes count 34. Total votes 1626. O'Hargoin Sean, the Labour Party. Votes count 62. Total votes 1817. O'Neill Gary Aintu. Votes count 92. Total votes 2738. Stevenson Patricia, Social Democrats. Votes count 611. Total votes 4044. Non-transferable papers not effective. Votes count 59. Total votes 157. No candidate has reached closure on this count. As there are no records for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute their votes. Luke O'Connor, 1626 votes.
And we're now joined here by Luke O'Connor, the independent candidate here for Carlow Kilkenny. He's just bowed out with 1,625 votes, I believe.
26, Paul. Give me
26,
credit. Give me
20,
credit. Give me
26.
credit.
Sorry. I'm, I'm,
It's the
I'm,
establishment.
I'm stealing a vote off you. But overall, Luke, how do you feel about your performance?
Yeah, no, look, I'm happy enough. For us to finish ahead of an elected councillor anywhere is a good day for us. And like I think a lot of, especially with the way the field was so fractured between the smaller parties and the independents. I'm very happy, and I've kind of proven a point to a few people on my own side as well as other people. From earlier in the year. Like people were kind of saying about, oh, geez, it wasn't a great vote in the locals. The reality in the locals was there's 20 candidates in the field. So I think I'm definitely after proving a few people wrong in terms of, I got a good vote there considering, there's 20 candidates.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose during the course of the campaign, what kind of things stuck out, or what would have been kind of the highlights of it for you?
Yeah, well, look, I suppose like every candidate kind of has their own thing, and I think that kind of dictates what comes up on the doors, because a lot of the time people are asking you what your main issues are, and like obviously my main issue, it's no secret, has been you know the destruction of our tourist industry because of the iPass situation. The immigration is too high. And that we have to save rural Ireland from the green agenda, and that I saw the third point there really resonate with people in rural Ireland.
Yeah, well, the Green Party are being completely wiped. They may, there's if things go to plan, they may get one in Roger Cogorman, but there's a very, very strong chance they'll end up with zero. So you feel that the Green agenda has kind of taken a bit of a pushback.
Yeah, and look, that's positive, but that's the kind of party the Greens are. Like they kind of go in with the tide and out with the tide. Every time they're in government. So, like, look, people have a short memory. They could be back in 5 years' time with 8 to 10 seats again. You wouldn't know.
Exactly. But overall, where do you see the movement, or where there's independents like yourself, there's parties who have similar ilk, as it's very fractured. Wouldn't it make a lot more sense if these parties, independents, could band together and form one solid block, one party? I know what I'm saying is much more easier said than done, but do you think that's the way forward?
It's obviously the way forward. The problem is that there's too many headbangers around the place. And I said that to people all the way through the campaign. Too many guys around there who shouldn't be, who have no reason to be running in politics, because the reality is that they can't articulate the arguments well, and then they bring the whole immigration argument down to a level that it should never be brought down to. Like I'm gone mad for the last years, the last 5 years, hearing about military-aged men. Like it's just as if that's just a blanket argument. Say that. Like it's one of the most stupid arguments I've ever heard in my life. Like if you listen to a lot of what I talked about throughout the campaign, a lot of it is the economic implications of immigration. And I think everyone can see that argument. Whereas when people go off on these kind of arguments about the country is being taken is being from the inside, and that's what's killing. It's stopping people being able to talk about immigration, because it is an important issue. Even in the exit polling, it said it was a huge issue for people. The problem is that they actually see Fine Gael as more competent in delivering it. I don't see it, but we have to. Our job over the next 5 years is to prove that no, we are more competent than them on immigration.
Well, if Roger Cogorman says 21,000, asylum seekers, refugees coming to the country is going to be the new normal. We're going from previously was 3.5. You have to plan and prepare for that. So I'm going to hand you over to my colleague now, Paddy Manning. So,
Luke, this is not your first rodeo in politics. It's your first general election, but you did run in the local elections this year under the Irish Freedom Party banner. Probably maybe two questions for you on that front. Why did you decide to run as an independent as opposed to under their party banner? And how do you think you would have fared had you stayed with the Irish Freedom Party?
I think, well, look, the reason I didn't run with them is because I had a problem with some of the candidates they were selecting. My main job in the party was to select the candidates, you know, and when I was being undermined, you know, I said, look, that's not good enough, and particularly in this area where my name was synonymous with the party. You know, nobody else's name was synonymous with the party. It was me. It was basically, I was a one-man band. I was basically an independent, but I was pulling the brand up here.
I'd agree with you there. Like,
and and um, and you know, when we had a falling out about a candidate being selected, and I didn't think it was good enough, and I was proven to be right because we outdid them on the day, you know.
and you got a nice chunk of the figures here.
5-7, was it?
Yeah, 257 votes from Orla Dunn, who went towards yourself.
Yeah.
You were happy with that transfer?
Yeah, well, like I thought it would be, and I kind of woke up this morning and I thought we would overtake Wallace. I thought it would be hard to overtake McGuinness, you know. But if we had overtaken McGuinness, we would have gone again. Do you know that kind of way? We would have, or even if we had overtaken O'Hargon, like we would have got a good transfer there from North Kilkenny. So, like it could have been a if we were just a couple of hundred votes away from kind of, you know, boosting a lot, you know, that kind of way. And look, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But as regards the IFP, if I had been if I'd run under their banner, it's hard to know. I wouldn't have had to deal with the vote split, but I mightn't have got the
Yeah,
the transfers.
count 6.
Yeah, bye.
Total votes 6908. McGuinness, usually non-party, votes this count 349. Total votes 2177. McGuinness John, Fianna Fáil, votes this count 60. Total votes 9947. Marlene O'Connor Jennifer, Fianna Fáil, votes this count 53. Total votes 8283. Newsom Drennan Natasha, Sinn Féin, votes this count 79. Total votes 5772. Noonan Malcolm, Green Party, votes this count 19. Total votes 3037. O'Hargon Sean, the Labour Party, vote this count 32. Total votes 1849. O'Neill Gary Ain2, vote this count 532. Total votes 3270. Stevenson Patricia, Social Democrats, votes this count 57. Total votes 4101. Non-transferable papers not effective 266. Total votes 423. No candidate has reached the vote on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute their votes. Sean O'Hargon, 1849 votes. Thank you.
And we're now back here live at the general election count for Carlow, Kilkenny for 2024, and I'm joined by Fianna Fáil councillor in the Tullaroan area, Mick Delaney. Mick, of course, Tullaroan, large swathes of it are now in North Tipperary. So, how did that go over the last number of days?
Well, look, I suppose when it was announced back about 4 or 5 months ago that we were going to be losing our start as Tipperary didn't go down well in the beginning. There was an awful lot of I'm not voting and we're not voting and how did this happen, and different vibes and different stories about what they were going to do with their vote. But at the end of the day, when the day came for the voting, they did turn up. But unfortunately, there was 2 booth stations in Tullaroan on the day, and it led to a lot of confusion with the way Tullaroan was actually split. So people went to the wrong booth, and when they decided they had to go down to the other one, they just decided to go home. They weren't going to vote. So that's
You can't blame people for being annoyed with that. And Michael Lowry, obviously, he did well in Tullaroan based on the figures that you saw.
Yeah, look for Michael Lowry. Like I mean to say, look, Michael Lowry is a name recognition. He's known as a good worker. At the end of the day, he's only up in Holy Cross, 30 minutes from Tullaroan.
Yeah.
So like his name was always going to take him over the line in Tullaroan.
Yeah. And it looks like Alan Kelly and your colleague Ryan O'Mara of Fianna Fáil is going to be the three candidates there. Of course, Ryan O'Mara worked with Jackie Catt.
Yeah, looks Brian O'Mara, nice chap, and Jackie Calcher is a relation of my own.
All right.
So I had offered to give Jackie a hand when it was announced that it was coming, but then unfortunately Jackie had to pull out for health reasons, and he introduced Ryan O'Mara, which is a good candidate in fairness. Yeah. And over the last few days I have been trying to convince the people to go out and use their vote.
Yeah, exactly.
Because not alone, it's going to be an advantage really if you think about it and work it out. Like Kilkenny County Council is still going to be looking after Tullaroan. We're still going to have our own local deputies that's committed to looking after the places that they lost. But what we're gaining is another politician technically in the area, which is he's going to be based out of Thurles. So like if you're in Ornaford or Johnstown, you're in Thurles is quicker than you are in Kilkenny. So like you have the best of both worlds really. I know when we look at it, hurling wise, a lot of people are just looking when it goes back to hurling, Tipperary and Kilkenny. But look, it's a win-win, I think, when we sit down and think about it.
Yeah. And I suppose you now, over the next number of years, you can fight and you can clamour when the boundary commissions are doing their revisions again to get that part of North West Kilkenny back into Kilkenny. Yeah,
look, Alan Kelly has committed, if he gets elected, that he's going to fight tooth and nail to get it back to his original status. So that's promising, and I suppose Ryan O'Mara will do the same. Yeah. So they have committed to trying to get it back. Whether that's possible or not now, who knows?
Okay, now I'll hand you over to my colleague Paddy Manning.
What do we even want today? Who wants to throw away votes, Friday night, polls closed. Fianna Fáil are at 19%. Were you nervous?
Yeah, look, polls, I don't take much note of polls, to be straight. When we're on the doors and out in the street, walking, as I said, for the last 5-6 weeks, the reception was pretty mighty good for, the man I was canvassing for, John McGuinness. It was unbelievable, they were happy with what they have. People are well off, and they mightn't realise it, but out of all the canvassing I done, I think there was only 2 families that didn't take my card for John. So a pretty good response all the way along. So that's why polls are polls, but when you're out meeting the people, it's a different poll.
Yeah, I tell you, Fianna Fáil got a hell of a lot more than 19% in Carlow, Kilkenny.
Yes, definitely did. And same with the local elections, we're doing quite well in the locals as well, It's proven that if you're doing the work and you're on the ground, and they'll stand behind you.
Is that a count? I'm paranoid now because I missed that count, but you're a Tullaroan man. You couldn't canvass Tullaroan for John McGuinness, so you just went and did the rest in North Kilkenny, was it? Or?
Yeah. Look, sure, Kilmanna is a neighbouring parish. My at home address would be Gurtnagaf, Kilmanna, County Kilkenny. But we said we would be Tullaroan. So look, a lot of Kilmanna have been my hometown as well, so I would have done all Kilmanna, Ballycallan for John, and the bit of Tullaroan that was left. Yeah.
Oh, fair play. Michael, nice chatting to you. I'll pass you back to Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Michael, from looking at it here yourself, when do you think we might see someone elected?
Look, I think John McGuinness will be elected. Sean Harrigan's distributed, both will be distributed now, and then as they will have Eugene's distributed.
Yeah.
Eugene will probably bring John near enough to it.
Yeah, because the fact they're both
Yeah,
beside each
yeah,
other
I think
on,
so.
on the ballot, they will try.
And if
get
Eugene
transferred.
don't take him over the line, definitely the next nomination will bring him over. Malcolm will take him over the line. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
couldn't
yeah,
have
yeah.
a government vote there.
Yeah.
Well, Mick, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us on the
No
Irish
bother.
political round, and wish you every success for the and best wish for the rest of the count.
No matter. Thank
See you soon. Bye bye.
Yeah, no matter.
And I'm now joined by Fine Gael councillor from Callan, Joe Lyons, here at the election count for 2024. Joe, your colleagues in Fine Gael, Catherine Callanan, Mick Doyle, David Fitzgerald, between the three of them, they should definitely get a seat. But which of the three is going to get that seat is the big question.
Well, that's the burning question, Paul. And at this stage, nobody knows what is. It is all to play for. Catherine is doing very well in Carlow. And
Sorry, we're just going to take a break. There's a vote count taking place.
Six nine seven six one. Number of seats 5. Voter 11627. The following is the result of the 7th count, which consisted of the distribution of Sean O'Hargoyne's 1849 votes. Total of votes distributed 1849 votes. Callahan, Catherine, Fine Gael, votes this count 97. Total votes 6995. Here, Peter Chap, Fianna Fáil, votes this count 110. Total votes 7400. Doyle, Michael, Fine Gael, votes this count 88. Total votes 5100. Fitzgerald, David, Fine Gael, votes this count 135. Total votes 4929. Gladney, Knox, Anya, Sinn Féin, votes this count 63. Total votes 6971. McGuinness Eugene, non-party, vote this count 68. Total votes 2245. McGuinness John, Fianna Fáil, votes this count 155. Total votes 10102. Renee O'Connor Jennifer, Fianna Fáil, votes this count 76. Total votes 8359. Newsom Drennan Natasha, Sinn Féin, votes this count 117. Total votes 5889. Noonan Malcolm Green Party, votes this count 359. Total votes 3396. O'Neill Gary N2, votes this count 87. Total votes 3357. Stevenson Patricia, Social Democrats, votes this count 408. Total votes 4509. Non-transferable papers not effective 86. Total 509. No candidate has reached the vote on this count. As there is no separate distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute their votes. Eugene McGuinness, 2245 votes. Thank you.
And we're back, and we just actually had a count there where Sean O'Horgan on the Labour Party, his votes were being distributed. And Joe Lyons, what's your reaction to how the votes were distributed? David Fitzgerald got 136, but the Greens and Social Democrats did very well there.
It is, yeah, and it's still there's no runaway here in this here in Carlow, Kilkenny, and it's not looking like that. All this is going to go down to the wire, and it's very important now. The next one now will be, I think it's Malcolm Noonan.
Well, Eugene McGuinness is now has been eliminated, so his
sorry.
votes are going to be distributed, and this could probably elect John McGuinness.
Yeah, more than likely get John over the line. That'll be the first one elected. It's still all to play for. It's very hard to call it. It's impossible.
And you were out canvassing for Mick Doyle. How did it go? What was it like on the doors? What were the big issues coming up?
Yeah, we had a very good campaign, and Michael ran a very well campaign. The issues were obviously the usual, like in rural Kilkenny, it's farming was a big one, and all their problems. Housing to a certain extent, but not as big as obviously in a city. It's different, but the farming end was the main concern, because there were mainly farmers. There was his campaign itself was ran very, very well, and he had excellent help, and he covered a large area, and like the feedback was good. So like you'd be hoping, like we're still hoping that Michael will get through.
And there was some talk that your name might possibly go forward for selection at a convention to run in a constituency. Did you think about putting your name forward? Because obviously with John Paul Phelan retiring, there was going to be a space there, and a new candidate had to emerge. But was it something that crossed your mind at any stage?
Well, I suppose we all knew John Paul was going, and after 25 years service, we thank him for all the work he has done. But I suppose everyone thought it at the time, and then we all went through it. And then when it got down to the nitty-gritty and the serious will I or won't I, we had to obviously all make a decision, would we go or not? And like everyone, for personal reasons, I pulled out at the end, but we all gave it serious consideration. And we all felt then Michael was a good candidate and very well located as well. So hopefully it'll all pay off. And that's why we all got behind him. Callan Thomastown is where Michael had been for the last 11 years. And I suppose that's the reason we had backed Michael. And he's a rural person and big into the rural scene.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose final thought, it's more than likely going to be Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael coalition with a third party or independence. What are your thoughts on that? Obviously the Greens kind of have been decimated, so the Labour or the Social Democrats, they might be a little bit reluctant to go into government, and you might have to do a deal with a couple of like-minded independents.
Yeah, it depends on the final outcome, but I suppose if there's 82, 83 seats, they could talk to a few independents. If they're you know, independents that have the country at heart.
Yeah.
The other option is Labour, and there's also a third option for Fine Gael that they could opt out for the term, which I wouldn't agree with. I think the people were out, they voted for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and it's great to see Fine Gael there on a fourth term. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
You would never say it in 2011.
No,
they want to go back on a fourth term.
Like at one stage they never did 2 terms, but now they're going to do 4 terms in government. But some might say that's a long time. So by the time the next election rolls around, you could be in government nearly 18, 20 years.
Well, they say that, and they say you'll be burnt out and all the rest. But you see, they have a huge number of new young TDs as well, and that's great. And that'll be the new legacy for the next, say, in 4 or 5 years' time. And hopefully 5 in a row. It's never done in the world.
You never know. Kenny couldn't even do it in the hurling. Well, Joe, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. Thanks a million.
Okay, man.
And I'm now joined here by Fianna Fáil councillors Pat Fitzpatrick and Jenny Slattery here at the Carlow Kilkenny general election count. Pat, uh, 3 Fianna Fáil seats, is it possible?
Well, it's possible. We're not calling it yet, but we're very hopeful, and we're absolutely delighted with the vote management that has happened. And it's really, still all to play for. And look, you think of everyone out there, all the candidates and their families. A difficult time for people. So I wouldn't call anything yet. I know we're going to get 2 Fianna Fáil, and then after that, there's certainly a Fine Gael and a Sinn Féin, probably, and then there's a seat to be played for. That's kind of where I see it.
Absolutely. And you reckon John McGuinness will be elected in the next couple of counts?
Oh yeah, and there's no doubt about it. John McGuinness will be elected, possibly not at the next account, but the count after that. I would expect John to get reach the quota. Then whether anyone else will reach the quota after that, we could have 4 candidates being elected without reaching the quota.
Yeah.
That may happen as well.
And if it stays the way the makeup of the seats, you could have 3 of the 5 TDs from Carlow.
You could have 3 ladies from Carlow and possibly 2 gentlemen from Kilkenny. So that's there's so many permutations that's still out there. There's a lot of votes. There's a lot of see where the transfers are going, and they seem to be going all over the place. There's no definite pattern yet, I suppose, until we see who the next couple of I suppose Eugene, and then whoever goes after that next. So that'll be. Exactly. That's where it'll be.
And Jenny Slattery, we were talking to you only a couple of weeks back. You were a fairly newly minted councillor at the time. I suppose you were working with your colleague Peter Chapclear. Looking good. You could bring home 3 seats.
Absolutely, yeah, it's looking great. Like Pat said, we don't know yet. Too early to tell. It'll be fantastic. But looking at the country, the way the seats are going around the country, we possibly could take the 3 seats. He put in a fantastic campaign, pushed him big down the south. We're looking for a bit of representation down South Kilkenny, and he's promised us plenty, so we're hoping he'll get there. But again, like Pat said, transfers are everything, and where they go, we don't know yet.
Exactly. And transfers have been it's been unusual in the sense they're going in places that you wouldn't generally think.
There is extremely. Even I tallied yesterday morning here, and I couldn't believe the polling guard, the votes, the way they were going. It was all over the shop. So we just don't know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing looking at the whole thing. Like for our party, and it's a brilliant performance locally, and that's what was I suppose the goal setting out was, could we have any chance of winning a 3rd seat? We certainly believed, and in fairness to the efforts that have been put in, huge efforts down South Kilkenny, like Jenny said, and again a good strategy that seems to have worked. And we'd be hoping. We don't like counting our chickens. We just want to see it again. So
because the late Bobby Aylward, 4 years ago, we thought he was in a fairly strong position, but Malcolm Noonan kind of came with a surge with a load of transfers from left parties. So it's something that you can't count your chickens till you catch.
And I suppose for us, this is the first time we're in a long time that we didn't have an Aylward and we didn't know how that was going to go. And in fairness to Jenny and to all the councillors down south, put in a tremendous effort. And Peter put in a great effort. So look, it is again, as we all say, there's plenty to play for, and it's important that if we could win the 3 seats, it'd be a fantastic performance.
And the backing of Liam Aylward had to be huge.
Absolutely massive, especially down our way. Like I said, he came out and he backed him and he canvassed him for him, which was fantastic. And the people down there, they don't forget. Like the Aylwards were there, and it will put something behind them to have the backing of them all.
And I suppose, Paul, the other side of it is, and the other candidates, Jennifer and Carlow had been a tremendous work rate. John's 27 years in Kilkenny, where he's built an absolute base in it. For years and years we couldn't get a TD in Kilkenny City and North Kilkenny after the days of Jim Gibbons. And John has worked so hard, and that's coming home again, and just every single day and night, 24/7, he's always working hard. So work pays off, and that's what's happening.
Speaking of work, Jenny, you're a councillor since June. How you found the workload?
Oh, it's busy. very busy, and then this got thrown into the mix and kind of threw everything away astray. Look, it's fantastic. All my colleagues in the council have been, like Pat, all of them, Andrew, all of them have been fantastic support to me, and I'm still learning every day, getting there, but really enjoying it. Yeah.
And I'll hand you over to my colleague Paddy Manning. So brace yourself.
Nice one. I'm actually caught in the hop because I was going to ask you that. Now, I'm scrambling desperately mentally to try to think of a question, but yeah, I'm going to go with Pat first. Patrick, you're a popular old chap around the area now, and I'm sure you're popular with other councillors and whatnot. Have you now Shannon running you?
Look at it. That's not for today. That's not for today. I suppose. Look at. We want to see what the lie of the land is. Look at the results, and then maybe make a decision at some stage. But not for today. Today is about electing TDs for Carlow, Kilkenny, and for the people here that are, I suppose, hanging in there and trying to make their own way and maybe win seats. So we leave it to the TDs for today.
I ask and said in jest, but I do think you would make a great senator. That's my own personal opinion. I'm not a Fianna Fáil man, but that's always.
It's I suppose. Listen, I never thought that question had ever been asked. Look at, I lost.
I'm a devil. Sorry.
I lost my seat in 2009 in Kilkenny City. I was determined to get back, and that's what I done. And I got back. I absolutely love it. I don't come from a political family. I don't come from a dynasty. I'm just an ordinary guy, but I genuinely love it. And any little bit of a difference. And even today, we had our Ballyfoyle Christmas party, and it's important part to be out there. And we had Coon, we had the auction, and we were out there this morning. And so it's all about being on the ground. And that's what we were trying to instill to our councillors. And I have to say, my colleague Jenny, she's fitted in like a glove on Kilkenny County Council. We work together. We all work together. And I say today, even after that short time, maybe today we'll bring that result as well, which would be fantastic to win the 3 seats.
Malcolm Noonan essentially took out Bobby on transfers, and Bobby had 7,500 first preferences. If memory serves me correctly. Alzheimer's runs in the family, so I could be wrong. But Chap is on a similar vote to Bobby. He held up. Bobby's vote held up. Patricia Stephen is getting some good transfers down there now. She's a good bit off, but she's still in with a fighting chance. Would you be wary at all? I'm going to go Jenny first now because I asked you a question a minute ago, Pat, and I'll leave you time to recover.
But you look at, you have to be wary. You can't predict, and you can't, like you said, we saw what happened with Bobby, so we just don't know, and I would never count our chickens now before they're, you know, anything can happen out there, down there. You just don't know. And on that, I think Pat would make a great senator too. I think he should go.
He would, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
He's very humble though. He wouldn't admit it, but
no, he would. He'd be fantastic, and he'll have all our support should he decide to go.
Yeah. And I'm sure there'll be a bit of cross parties board as well. They'd never say it publicly, but there'll be one or two going across party.
We're not going there. We're not going to say anything about that now.
We'll embarrass them.
No, we won't do that to him. No. We look after him, all right. He'd be fantastic, though. He would be.
Yeah. I agree.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, well, like you said, today is TDs. We'll give it up now. Sorry.
I'm delighted to be in the council, and I love the council. And look at if something came, but all I'd ever say, I'd still, if I did move or was lucky enough to get the support, I'd still really want to drive on in the county, because I think we have a brilliant team of councillors now, really, for the next 4 years. And there is many challenges that are going to come our way, and we have to be responsible, and we have to, decisions will have to be taken on the council. And also, I think at national level, there's some, a lot of people are talking about the fair wins, but there's some challenging wins coming towards us, and that's why we should, and we definitely need a stable government. But I think that's the people have recognised that in what they've given at the moment, what we're seeing for both major parties. I think they're saying, yes, we want, to rethink and maybe recalibrate a little bit, but we want stability, and that's important. We don't need to be going to elections every single day now. So it's really important that whatever government, and to take their time and to put it together, that it stays together and delivers for the country, because you don't know what's going to happen, like elections in Germany, or stuff happening in France. You don't know the Trump, what's going to happen there. So we have to be really, really careful and responsible. And that's what we drill into our councillors. We need to be responsible, but we also need to be creative and move forward in a strong, collective way.
I was with a Fine Gael man on Friday night, and when the exit poll came out, he gave a whoop and a punch the air and cheered, and I'm sure Fianna Fáil were a bit wary or nervous, but Carlow, Kilkenny, Fianna Fáil were a bit nervous with the 19%, but Carlow, Kilkenny, they far exceeded 19%. I'm sure you're happy with that. I'll go Jenny first again.
Yeah, of course, we're delighted. And well, we kind of felt we would go well. That's why we went with the 3 candidates. We felt we had the backing of the people, and that's what they wanted. And I think it'll come home to roost, hopefully.
I suppose what made up our minds on, let's give you a scoop. After before the local elections, we were really looking at two, genuinely looking at two and saying, "Jeekers." After the local election, because even as councillors, and before Jenny came along, and Jenny was a new candidate, absolutely was fantastic to get her and to get some of her quality and where she was located and everything. But to hold 11 seats, we saw ourselves being as low as 7 at one stage when we were discussing it. And, so that was really important. So after that, then we recalibrated and said, yeah, let's have a cut at the 3 seats. And we have to have 3 candidates. And in fairness to South Kilkenny, they deserved a candidate as well. And we were looking, and look, we could be standing beside Jenny as a candidate. She could have been, she was spoken about as well. Maybe if she had a longer term in local politics. And she knows herself that the question was asked of her.
That actually crossed my mind, and I was going to ask. Everyone keeps stealing me questions. I'll have no curveballs left for anybody.
Absolutely not. No way. And I tell you, after
That whole adage, never say never.
3 weeks I just put in with Chaplear, I think put me firmly confirmed for me that I won't be ever doing that. No, look, like Pat said, you have to look after your own area. Now, that's why I got involved with the council. Again, this morning before I come up here, I went to Scollarigal to the Christmas market. New principal down there, she's fantastic, Helen McTighe. She's doing a great job down there. And that's where I want to be, down at home, near my own people down there and working for them.
I did a PLC course there in 2012 with a lovely school.
There you go, fantastic school, and she's doing wonders for it. Yeah, and can I just give a mention to the vocational city school as well? Waiting for our new build, and hopefully it'll be started in the next year. But a great school as well in the city. And over the years, like the council, everyone has been very good helping them out and doing things for them. So we want to push it on now and get our new school.
I'm delighted to say that support that, because that's where I went to school, in the vocational school with Mr. Dignan and all that, but God rest him. But no, I suppose what Jenny was saying, like the workload that has to go in, it's huge, and it's very hard on families, and that's where the real difficulty. We're all very thick-skinned and all that, but families and children, and maybe even going back over, you hear things that maybe might have been said to your own kids and you didn't pick up on it at the time and all that. So look, them are the people that you think of today. And even the candidates that are not successful, it's their families that hurt, and and it's always difficult for that. But look, at the shadow of Bobby looms large here today, and if we are to win the 3 seats, it would be an amazing performance. And you did say about picking up votes. I suppose maybe the Stevenson lady started from a little lower base than and that might be crucial now at the end. But look, it's still all to play for, and it's that's it.
I'm going to pass you back to Paul now. He'll go easy on you.
Pat, Jenny, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to Paddy and myself here on the Irish Political Roundup, and we wish you very best for the rest of the count, and hope your work on the council continues to be positive for the time ahead.
And thank you for always having a positive experience,
No problem.
and inviting us. Sometimes
You're more than welcome.
we get left behind. There's dynasties and all that gets all the news and all the talk, so we're always happy to come. But this woman has made a great contribution already.
Brilliant. Thanks Pat. Thanks, Jenny. And I'm now joined by former Mayor of Kilkenny, Martin Brett. Martin, you've been out busy canvassing for David Fitzgerald. How would you assess Fine Gael's performance between the 3 candidates in this general election?
And I thought, okay, they were the best based candidates we could get our hands on. To be honest with you, I think looking at it dispassionately, okay, the wind or the sails didn't kind of catch us all at the same time. Was the vote of the local elections reflected in the general election by any of the main parties? It wasn't. If you look at Sinn Féin, dropped 7,000 votes from their last operation. They're going to take a seat here. We're going to take a seat. It looks like Catherine Callaghan is going to take that seat. Our two remaining candidates are too far back, as far in my humble opinion, to make that big difference. I think Fianna Fáil, and I said this last night on RTE, Fianna Fáil are only going to get two. They only have two. They've only two quotas.
I saw you say that actually.
Yeah,
They only,
yeah, I was. So I said two seats. They won't get a third seat.
Okay.
It's very hard to get three
It is
seats
very hard.
out of three seats to get out of two quarters.
Yeah.
And to be awful honest with you, and you look at them numbers, and I just got to check in the numbers there a minute.
do.
There's there's a quota and a half of left-leaning candidates behind Patricia Stevenson.
Okay, so you wouldn't rule her out completely?
I wouldn't seriously rule her out, because in fairness, I said last night on some podcast that for RTE, I said 2 Fianna Fáil, 1 Fine Gael, one Sinn Féin, and a dark horse, and I didn't specify what the dark horse was, but I've been watching her move up the system in a serious way.
she's like the Malcolm Noonan of this
She's
election.
she's the honeypot, for want of a better way of putting it.
Transfer-wise, yeah.
She's sitting at the moment. She's on 449
She's at picking up 1,200
Oh,
or
what?
1,900
from
transfers
From
since it
Germany?
started, yeah.
Yeah, well, so if you pick up that sort of numbers and you see what I'm looking at there, that means that she's in a very good position. Look at this,
Sorry,
3,500.
1,500. Sorry.
1,000. So she's 2 and 3, 5 and 3 is 8, 4 is 12. 12,000 or 1,200, 1,300 votes sitting behind her.
Yeah.
Of left-leaning candidates,
Yeah, yeah.
and that means that could actually, and I'm not talking in terms of what that could mean in terms of Newsom Drennan or Gladney Knox.
Yeah. And between the two, Sinn Féin will definitely take one vote.
Yeah, but I'm
Which
not.
one is of the two it's hard to know.
And if you were looking at it, look at the overall picture, and it's not just so much Carlow, Kilkenny, or look at the country in general. If the left-leaning parties, and there's a whole heap of them there, if they had one or two good ones, they could have cleaned. They could in each constituency they could make a serious difference going forward.
Yes, they're kind of splitting the vote.
Yeah, and okay, they'll say the usual comment is that there's no differential as they see it between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. That's fine. Okay, I'll take that we'll just park that for a minute.
Okay.
And then look at the other side of it.
Yeah.
How much difference is there between People Before Profit, the Labour Party, Social Democrats, Ain't2 and everything else? And somebody will come out and say, there's that much of a difference, and there's that much of a
Between Labour and Social Democrats, there's absolutely
nothing.
there's no difference really.
No, it's just that they're coming from a different, they're paddling the boat a different way.
Ain't might be the only one doing that. Yeah.
I know, but listen, I have no ilk in either one of them pants. But the better part is where they are now and what they're at, and the focus on where they should be.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand you over to my colleague Paddy Manning now.
Paddy, off you go.
Well, Martin.
Yeah.
Martin, you've been around in politics for a while.
Longer than I should be, anyway.
Yeah. How many general elections have you covered, do you reckon?
This, I think, is the 7th that I've been heavily involved in ever since, I suppose, Phil Hogan came into the system as it was. And that's what 5 or 6 to 6, and I've fought six local elections. So, I suppose you could say, I've been around the block, seen a little bit, had the ups and the downs, and I suppose politics is all about ups and its downs. But the thing is, as I say, the river keeps rolling. And the river will flow past you anyway. So you either get off, get moving again, or you sit down and go nowhere. But at the end of the day, politics, like you're watching the greatest form of blood sports that you'll ever see in your life, it's for anybody who has put, and it's a daunting prospect, and I mean a really daunting prospect, to put your name on a ballot paper and be validated by your peers. And you're watching it played out in front of you downstairs at the moment in a very, very special way. I applaud anybody. I haven't put my name on the ballot paper on a few occasions. I applaud anybody who does it. The armchair people who kind of have that attitude, sure, if they did this, they should do that. And, but at the end of the day, if you're in politics, you have to make a decision based on what's in front of you at that point in time. Hindsight is one of the greatest things that you'll ever have in your life. And people say, oh, this is what you should do. But at the end of the day, to have the guts and the ability and the trust of people to make the decision that is correct as you see it at that particular time is a very daunting situation to be in. But it's a beautiful place to be in.
And you said this is your 7th general election. What, in all those years, has been your highlight in politics?
I suppose, in real terms, like my kid sister went to college with Phil, and I suppose to have been with Phil, and I said this honestly, to be with Phil and watch him grow the system, grow in stature, not in height, but stature as a person, and the commanding presence that man had and still has. And to be awful honest about it, you often heard the story about Michael Collins on the long shadow. Yeah. Phil Hogan has a seriously long shadow, and I tell you, this constituency, this country, is at a serious loss of where that man should be and could be still.
Yeah, I suppose it's fair to say I was always in a different camp to Phil. We might have butted heads once or twice. I was like, we were never in the same. Or obviously he's fucking not in the same arena because he's head and shoulders ahead of me politically. But I think we lost out when he lost the commissioner role.
And big time. Like when you think of,
I put it on squarely at Micheál Martin and Bradker's feet.
Oh, I listen,
and a little bit of Phil's now as well. But
I listen. When your own should stand up for you, that's when you should think about it. And in that case, our own didn't stand up for Phil.
Now, when
it was subsequently discovered, the court case was put through, he had done nothing wrong, but nobody apologised to him.
Yeah. Now, when I said at his feet, I meant in terms of golf going to an event. Like I can't say, but for the leader, Prime Minister and Taoiseach, or Taoiseach and Taoiseach of your country to essentially politically assassinate the country's commissioner was a phenomenal act of political self-harm, I think.
It was wrong. But I still think he's not so much here in Carlow, Kilkenny, but I still think as a political analyst, strategist, and a person with foresight, this country could do with him now.
I'll pass back to Paul here.
Sorry.
Could you see, say, we have a new administration coming in America. Do you think that someone like Phil Hogan, would he be an ideal person as like an EU ambassador to America, or some sort of high profile role like that? Do you think he could, really deliver, and if he was given a position like something like that?
I'm delighted for someone like you to turn around and say that to me, because that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I just think he would be made for it, and if Simon ever picks up on the podcast of this, last night when I turned around, I said there'd be 2 Fianna Fáil, 1 Fine Gael, one Sinn Féin, and I was told, geez, that can't happen. Oh, geez, no, this won't happen. I says, you have to be around this game a little bit. I says, and study numbers, and if you study the numbers don't add. The numbers don't lie. They have to add up. I think it would be the greatest tribute that could be bestowed on anyone for Phil Hogan to be made EU ambassador to America. I'd love to see him butt heads with that. Anyway, we won't call him any names because we're on air at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Martin, thanks a million for taking the time to chat to us here on the Irish Political Roundup.
Pleasure. Thanks very much.
No problem. You're more welcome. And I'm now joined. Sorry, Paddy and I are now joined by Andrew McGuinness, councillor here in Kilkenny, and also Mayor of Kilkenny, and of course his father, John McGuinness, is the current Fianna Fáil TD, and looks like he will remain TD and head the poll.
Yeah, we're delighted with the vote that he's after getting, and it looks like he'll be. I'm assuming he'll be elected after not the next count, but the one after that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a great day for John. It's been a great day for Fianna Fáil. It looks like we're on the track to win 3 seats, which would be a major achievement.
Would you call it a 3 now?
I'm not going to call it right now. I think that we have another couple of counts away from kind of making an accurate prediction. But I do think that Jennifer is safe, I think John is safe, and I think Chap is definitely in the running for getting the 3rd Fianna Fáil seat.
Yeah, and as Paddy was saying, with in previous interviews, you know, when the exit polls came in, you saw Fianna Fáil on 19%. Did you think, I don't know about this, or well, because in Carlow, Kilkenny, they have bucked the trend?
I have never taken the national opinion polls like that, or the exit polls, seriously when it comes to Kilkenny, because we've always bucked the national trend in Kilkenny. If you go back to 2011 when Fianna Fáil were decimated, John McGuinness got a great vote, and he's consistently got a great vote in every election since 1997. So regardless of the state of the party nationally. So I do think that we've often bucked the national trend here in Kilkenny, and I think that the trend around the country at the moment, it looks like Fianna Fáil are in the lead in terms of winning seats, so it's looking very good for Fianna Fáil today.
And as regards possible government formation, it looks like Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael probably will be a little bit short number-wise, so they may have to do a deal with either Social Democrats, the Labour Party, or Independents. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd imagine that they might have conversations, first of all, with Independents that were Fianna Fáil leaning in the past, if you know what I mean, and I think that's where they might start. But after that, I'm not sure what the choice would be if the options were there for the Labour Party or for Social Democrats. It's going to be an interesting few weeks ahead, and I don't think it's going to be a decision that's going to be made quite quickly. I think it's going to be made over an extended period, and we could be waiting until mid-January before we see a government formed.
Okay, so you think we won't have a government before Christmas?
Hopefully we will. I suppose it all depends on the figures after today and tomorrow around the country. But we might have a wait on our hands.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to hand you over to my colleague Paddy Manning. So
I think he nearly drew a boot on me the last time we were talking in the interview. I was stirring it a little bit.
Not like it.
You work in John's office would I be right in saying a parliamentary assistant?
And he's parliamentary assistant, yeah.
Yeah, and I was asking Pat Dunphy this about his role for John Paul. The work of a parliamentary assistant and a county councillor, they go hand in hand. How could you explain to anyone watching maybe what a parliamentary assistant does?
Well, I suppose a lot of the work that I would do for John is when he's not in the constituency, I would attend all his meetings and appointments on his behalf. And I suppose my role as a parliamentary assistant would step out from that in that I have experience as a journalist. So I would do a lot of John's PR. I would do a lot of his research for speeches and things like that. And being a county councillor means that I'm able to do a lot of his constituency work. It does benefit, I'll be the first to say, it does benefit me as a county councillor when I'm working for people in my electoral area. But as you can see today, John got votes from all over every electoral area, so we would put a lot of work into each of the areas, and it's beneficial that I'm a county councillor, but it doesn't mean everything, if you know what I mean, because you're spread all over the constituency. I would do clinics from around the county and sometimes in Carlow and that as well. So yeah, there's a lot of work involved in it, but particularly when you're working for your dad. Any son that works for their dad will attest to that fact. It's very, very hard to keep your dad happy and to not switch off, or to switch off from work. We're always talking about work. Christmas dinner, the rest of my brothers and my sister have us warned that do not bring up politics during Christmas. We're not working when we're sitting down at the kitchen table, but we tend to always be working. It's just
There's no HR department.
There's no HR department, no, there's none of that. We're just always doing it, and it's just because we love it.
You mentioned 2011, Fianna Fáil it looked like they might be facing extinction, and in the space, maybe not extinction per se, but one seat in Carlow, Kilkenny, I think 20 TDs across the country. It's fair to say, whatever about the country, Carlow, Kilkenny, Fianna Fáil has recovered to the point where, again, they're topping polls. You'll bring in 2, maybe 3 running mates. Fianna Fáil are very strong, Carlow, Kilkenny. Ivan Yates called it their best constituency, Ireland. So where does Fianna Fáil and Kilkenny go from here? What does the future hold for the party in the constituency?
Well, I suppose, first of all, if you look at the local elections, there was huge success in the local elections.
I would say Fianna Fáil won the local elections. Whatever Carlow, definitely in Kilkenny.
We absolutely did. I mean, we topped the poll in all of our local areas. We kept 11 seats on the council, which is phenomenal. We nearly got 12. We were very, very close to getting 12 with Maria Wall in South Kilkenny, and she's here at the count as well, and she's encouraged to run again. And that's great when you see younger people looking at the next election with motivation. That's when you know you're onto something and things are improving, because new candidates are already planning their future within Fianna Fáil, within local politics or national politics. Whereas before you might have to go on a search for candidates when you're getting close to a local election, but now candidates seem to be coming to us. So that's a great sign. So if you're talking about the future of Fianna Fáil, I would see the future of Fianna Fáil in Kilkenny as getting younger, getting more progressive, and getting bigger. And it's obviously, as a Fianna Fáil member, it's great to see that happening, and it's very encouraging for all of us.
And I mentioned it to Pat Fitzpatrick and Jenny Cass-Lattery. We were chatting about the counts, transfers and whatnot. And in 2020, Malcolm snuck up and took out Bobby Elwood. Patricia Stevenson seems to be the, I won't say dark horse, but she's the Malcolm Noonan of this election in that sense. She's getting good, strong transfers. Do you reckon, who is she the biggest threat to at the moment, do you reckon?
Well, if you look at the last election, I think it was Adrian Wallace that her transfers put Malcolm Noonan up above Bobby Elwood.
Malcolm got over 2,000 votes off her.
Yeah, he got a huge vote, and that's what pushed him in over the line. And I'm very sorry to see Malcolm losing his seat. Politics aside, it's very, very tough on your home life, on your personal life. You're losing your job, when you lose your seat, and that's your livelihood, and it's very sad to see that happen to anybody, regardless of politics. But this time around, yes, I think Patricia Stevenson is definitely creeping up there. I think she was a good candidate. She's very well spoken, and she gets her point across very, very well, and she's very well presented in her campaign and everything else. And I want to congratulate her on that. But I definitely think that she's still in with a shout. And I think that who's most at risk of losing out to her, I don't know, maybe Fine Gael. Maybe Fine Gael could be most at risk. There's only, 100 or a couple of hundred between Michael Doyle and David Fitzgerald, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. I reckon the city candidates that have been eliminated now will be more beneficial to David Fitzgerald, so that could put him up over Michael Doyle. So yeah, it's probably the most interesting count that I've been at in a couple of decades.
And the slowest.
Oh God, look, we won't get into the issues that we've had with the count centre and everything else. That's for another day. But it's definitely been a long, slow process.
Well, I have nothing else to say. I have no grenades, and I'll pass you back to Paul now.
Well,
lads.
Well, Andrew, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to Paul and myself here on the Irish Political Roundup. And it looks like fairly soon that your dad John McGuinness will be elected, so you can kind of plan the celebrations in advance. So thanks a million.
Thanks very much.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks, lads.
Bye.
All friends.
And we're now joined by Into candidate here for Carlow Kilkenny, Gary O'Neill. Gary, you've done reasonably well on transfers. You're now on 3357 for first time candidate. That's a great showing.
Yeah, sure I'm happy with the poll. You know, for somebody that's first time around, it's been a very short campaign. You know, for a party that hasn't run before in the constituency and a party that has no state funding, it's you know, we're happy. I mean, I think we're just at one stage we were ahead, but I think we're just 30 behind Malcolm New, a sitting minister now. Yeah, I can't complain. You know, this has been good.
And you'd be hoping to get a decent transfer from Eugene McGuinness here, because you got a decent transfer from Luke O'Connor, another independent that was running.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know how Eugene's transfers are going to go, really. You know, we just simply don't know if they could go to John. You know, I know it's different policies there, but we just don't know, because the transfers, there's a lot of them that mightn't really have that much logic to them. So, look, I'm hoping some comes my way, you know, and obviously it would be great to finish above Malcolm, but you know, that's not going to put a dampener on things if I don't. The fact that we've done so well is a real highlight, you know.
And you've established the base in Carlow Kilkenny.
And that's the important thing, you know, is establishing the base. You know.
So that state funding is going to be really, really important. You'll break nationally probably the 2.5% barrier. So we're tightly attaining around the region of 250,000, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely looking at 2.5%. I haven't looked at the figures at the moment, but it's 3+% now. I don't know if anyone has any more information. I haven't looked at my phone in a while. But yeah, I mean, to get the state funding in, we can only go strength to strength from here. Like, if this is what Ain2 can do with no state funding, could you imagine what we can do with state funding?
And for viewers and listeners out there, how difficult is it to operate without that?
Yeah, massively. I mean, you know, you have, you know, there's a lot of state funding, there's a lot of money, I suppose, behind someone like the Soc Dems. They had a lot of visibility around Carlow Kilkenny. Like, there were signs up everywhere for Patricia, and we're only 1,000 votes behind them. You know, so it is difficult, obviously. You know, to get that media attention as well is also difficult. The visibility. So yeah, it is difficult. But I think we've shown people that, you know, we're up for the challenge.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning now.
Yeah, in terms of Eugene's transfers, I think everyone's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has a clue.
Geography, you would expect, would play a massive part. Being a city-based candidate, city candidates would benefit, but it's a blood sport. It could go anywhere. Like, you know, it could be. Yeah. If and I think it's when you do go out, whether it's this count or the next count, where do you envisage your transfers going? And was it a local vote? Was it a pro-life vote? Was it a Peadar Tobin vote? A Gary O'Neill vote? What do you reckon? Where do you reckon your transfers will go?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a mixed bag in that respect. You know, obviously Peadar's after doing an amazing amount of groundwork, and a lot of my votes has been because of the party and because of Peadar. There's no doubt about that, because I'm a first-time candidate. But saying that, you know, there's definitely, you know, there was a small group behind me, but because of my connections locally in South Kilkenny, there's a good vote there as well. And traditionally, a lot of those people may have voted Sinn Féin. So maybe we might see a transfer to Sinn Féin, but there's obviously a pro-life vote in there as well. So we just don't know. It also could be a younger vote as well. It could even go to the Soc Dems. You never know, like, because people just might be going on basically, we like to see some young blood that are coming through. So it's hard to say. From my own, like, South Kilkenny perspective, I think Sinn Féin might see a few transfers to their side from me.
And I met you for the first time yesterday on this video blog, and I think out of all the candidates I met, I found you the most impressive when you consider that you're a first-time candidate. You haven't been in politics before. Have you had media training? Have you been prepped on how to present yourself?
This is just me.
Jesus. Yeah, I think you have a bright future ahead of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for saying that. Yeah, cheers.
You're going red now.
Yeah, you're making me blush.
There you go. You saw it here first. I'll pass you back to Paul here now.
Thanks, Paul.
So Gary, I suppose Ain2 they're now, you feel you've established that base, so it's all about the locals and now the next general election.
Yeah, well, it's all about Christmas now.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm going to enjoy Christmas. I haven't had a drink in 2 months, and so I'm going to enjoy myself tonight. I have friends that moved back from Australia. I have a family dinner tonight as well. So, you know, that's what I'm looking at now. And then, I'll speak to the party. But yeah, no, the future is definitely looking bright. I'm not going to step back. And just kind of build the momentum from here again. Like we were saying, I don't want to repeat ourselves, but with the side funding, if this is what we can do with a relatively like an unknown person, with a party that's running first time in the constituency, what can we do going forward? It's exciting.
Absolutely. Well, Gary, hope you enjoy your few drinks and your family dinner this evening, and well done on your performance in the general election for 2024.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Civil statement application, Carlow, Kilkenny, 29th of November 2024. Electorate 120821. Total vote 70324. Invalid ballot papers 563. Valid poll 69761. Number of seats 5. Quota 11627. The following is the result of the eighth count, which consisted of the distribution of Eugene Guinness's 2,245 votes. Total of votes distributed 2,245 votes. Callahan Catherine, Fine Gael. Vote this count 39. Total votes 7034. Fear Peter Chap, Fine Gael. Vote this count 112. Total votes 7512. Doyle Michael, Fine Gael. Vote this count 41. Total votes 5141. Fitzgerald David, Fine Gael. Vote this count 109. Total votes 5038. Gladney Knox, Sonia, Sinn Féin. Vote this count 120. Total votes 7091. McGuinness John, Fianna Fáil. Vote this count 510. Total votes 10612. Marnane O'Connor Jennifer, Fianna Fáil. Vote this count 29. Total votes 8388. Muse and Drennan Natasha, Sinn Féin. Vote this count 260. Total votes 6149. Noonan Malcolm, Green Party. Vote this count 105. Total votes 3501. O'Neill Gary, A2. Vote this count 298. Total votes 3655. Stevenson Patricia, Social Democrats. Vote this count 156. Total votes 4665. Non-transferable papers not affected 466. Total votes 975. No candidate has reached the vote on this count. As there is no purpose for distribution, I will now give the lowest candidate to distribute their votes. Malcolm Noonan, 3501 votes. Thanks.
And we're now joined here live at the 2024 general election count here in Carlow, Kilkenny by Fianna Fáil councillor for Kilkenny City, Joe Malone, and former Sinn Féin councillor for the Callan Thomastown area, David Fitzgerald. Joe, you were canvassing for John McGuinness. It looks like when Malcolm Noonan's votes were distributed that this will more than likely get John elected.
Thanks for having me on, Paul. Actually, I don't think it will, to be honest with you, because what they're saying, they could only give out 500 votes.
Okay.
It's going to go on to the next count, whoever goes out after that, I think maybe. But there's a long way to go in it yet, you know, so as the fellow says, we're here for the long haul. Eugene's was distributed there, I think he got, was it over 500 there?
510, yeah.
510, so he needs 1,050 now, John does, to get into the 11,627. He's going to do it, so yeah, I did canvass with him and we got a good reaction, and I know there's anger out there with people, and rightly so, and we heard that as well. And whoever goes into government, and I don't know what way we're going to do with the three. If Fianna Fáil gets three, I'd be hoping that Micheál Martin will give John McGuinness the senior ministry in this constituency. We'll be the only constituency, if it happens, with a health warning, if it happens, you know, and Sinn Féin are doing well as well. So we'll see how things transpire over the next 24, 48 hours.
Yeah, exactly. And when you were talking about anger out there, what were the big issues out there that were getting people angry?
The houses, the refugees, the health service, you know, the price of rent and one thing and another. There's a lot. And what issues that are in Waterford and Wexford and Carlow and Dublin are in Kilkenny as well, you know, and we've lost a lot of young people to immigration. And these are the things now, Paul, that the government, whoever the next government will be, will have to tackle these. You know, and rent increases are forcing people out of the market. They have to stay at home. There's people in their 30s and 40s now, and they can't move out, and that's not right. You know, and let's be honest, Fianna Fáil, the housing portfolio, and Dara O'Brien, whoever gets it back, will just have to listen to the people.
And you're a county councillor. When, you know, rents are going up massively, people, you know, can't afford the rent and may become homeless. It's the county council that has to pick up the slack there.
They do, yeah, and other agencies as well. The county council are not the only ones now that has the housing brief, the Clwyd and all the rest of these people, the AHPs, you know. So there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of anger out there, you know, and we got it. I bet you David went around with Sinn Féin. They got it as well. We're all getting it, but the most important thing now, Paul, is that we listen to what's being said.
Absolutely.
You know.
And I'll bring David Kennedy in here. David, you were kind of looking at this from the outside in as a. Unfortunately, you weren't in it. You didn't win a seat in the local elections, but you must be pleased with how Sinn Féin have done in Carlow, Kilkenny.
Yes, Paul. Listen, we decided to run two candidates. It's always a tricky position to be in. Coming off Kathleen's brilliant vote in 2020, 17 first thousand preferences, it would have been very hard to follow up anywhere close to that, but given that we ran the two of them, I think there's about 980 votes between them. They ran a great campaign. Listen, we put up two female candidates who were very good. Again, without the experience of sitting TDs, but Kathleen has been behind them all the way, and she's been helping them every bit of the way. Now, we were out canvassing, as Joe said, there is anger in the doors. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael have been in government there now, especially Fine Gael 14 years, and the housing situation doesn't seem to be coming on. I just hope that the people who have spoken and given their votes to Fianna Fáil must start building more houses and affordable and social housing as well. It's a big thing. Like, I grew up in a county council house. My parents were privileged enough to buy it after a few years of renting it, a lot of years of renting it. Everyone should be entitled to be able to afford a home as well. So whatever government goes in, like, it's not a foregone conclusion that there's going to be a Fianna. Everyone seems to think there is going to be a Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. But if Fianna Fáil come back in with 10 plus seats more than Fine Gael, is Simon Harris going to... Is he going to sit there for 5 years, be Taoiseach, and say no rotating Taoiseach, and you can have the Taoiseach? Listen, it's like everything. There's going to be negotiations between them, but that's the way it goes.
I know that the new Dáil sits on the 18th of December, but I'd say it's very unlikely they'll elect a Taoiseach, and we'll be probably into the middle of January by the time there's actually a government formed. Now I'm going to hand you over to Paddy Manning. So it'll be interesting.
I'm going to go with David first, and I don't want to take anything away. Sinn Féin have had a very good day. This is a successful election for Sinn Féin, nationally and locally. I am going to go back to the 2020 election when Kathleen got 17,400 votes, thereabouts. She wasn't far off W.T. Cosgrave's record in Kilkenny. And Sinn Féin got 11,000. They got a quota between their two candidates today. There are 6,000 votes after going elsewhere, which is, they're floating votes, so I'm not saying it, but where did they go, do you reckon?
They went everywhere. Social Democrats who have ran a brilliant campaign nationally, not just locally in Carlow and Kilkenny, but they've ran a brilliant campaign. They've picked up seats left, right and centre. Labour Party, not so much here in Kilkenny. They haven't polled what I thought they would. I thought they'd do a bit better. Listen, we talk about Fianna Fáil in Kilkenny and Carlow. They take 35% nearly every election here. It's standard that they come out with 34, 33%. Even in 2020, they were probably close, over 30% between the three candidates. It goes everywhere. Aintu have done very well. He's going very well. So, listen, it's probably going everywhere. After Kathleen got 17,500 votes. It was never going to happen again that you were going to get that. That was a once-off, and I've always said it. But if you're running two candidates and the two of them are within 1,000 of each other, it's good vote management. Probably too good, if you want to be cynical that way. But we're in the hunt, and I still believe we are. We're in the hunt to take 2 seats. If everything falls right. Now, and you're around a long time in politics, Paddy. It doesn't always fall right. It doesn't always fall right.
I fall on your toe.
Yeah, fall on your toe. Listen, to run two candidates is always it's a tough ask, but it can help in the other way that you go back to the last local elections when I went out. My transfers were able to get Stephanie over the line, so it works that way. But we looked at numbers. It's still there.
Carlow seem to have voted Carlow. So, like, Anya Gladney's Knox, I think, got over 6,000 first preference votes. Sinn Féin mightn't have got, if that was a Carlow vote as opposed to a strong Sinn Féin vote, like, you might have lost out without having those.
100%, and that's what it's all about. You put in your candidates, you strategically put them where you think they're going to get the votes. Anya, especially her dad who would have sat in council, he was on the council same time as me, is a tremendously hard worker and stuff like that. That all helps. And Anya would have the name recognition from her dad up in Bagnallstown. So, listen, we'd be hoping. Listen, you look at the numbers, you would say there's must be one there, but don't rule out the second one yet. There's a lot to play. Like,
I'm going to go to Joe then. Just so I think you might feel a little bit left out over there. We were chatting away.
Joe never beat that.
Joe, Fianna Fáil are fighting for 3. Jennifer's 800 ahead of Chap with 1, 2, 2.5 Carlow candidates behind. I think because Stephanie is on, or Patricia Stevenson is on the border up there. Where do you see Chap getting transfers to make him safe?
Well, I'd say he's, to be fair, I'd say he's transfer friendly. But where's he going to get the bulk of them? I suppose it's going to come from, if Michael Doyle doesn't get elected, they're both in neighbouring parishes. I could see there. And the girl of the Stevensons is living up in Cone, is that right? And,
Near the Carlow border.
He's up near the Carlow border. Oh, you get a scatter him, and then this young O'Neill chap, I can't understand. Well, I think there's a lot, it was a Britain folk, but I think a lot of that would have been pro-life, I think. I know a lot of pro-lifers were looking to go for a pro-lifer, and he's got 3,600, and he's not finished yet. Maybe he's next out. He would be next out.
He's 1,010 votes behind Patricia Stevenson, who seems to be very transparent.
That's a credible performance for him and for that party. I think they're actually going to win one in Mayo, as far as I know. The man, I can't think of his name, Paul Lawless, who's a new councillor. He's living in Knock. I haven't met him as yet, anyway. And they put in a fantastic thing with campaign with Padder. But to go back to ourselves here, Stevenson girl, she did extremely well. I saw Paddy Power, not a gambler, but I don't want to anything about gambling. But I see that Paddy Power said last week that she was in the hunt for a seat.
They weren't wrong.
She did run a very good poster campaign because I saw posters absolutely everywhere. But like Sinn Féin, to go to Sinn Féin, I think it's a massive vote for Sinn Féin. I know they lost 6,500, but if Kathleen had to be here today, that seat would have been in the bag long and ever ago yesterday, early enough yesterday. But the two unknowns, they're not councillors, to be fair. I know they both ran in the local elections and they weren't successful, and to come along. I wouldn't be all brand there either. Where before we associated Sinn Féin with brand, but I don't think in this case they've done extremely well and on merit. And David mentioned the Andy Ladney, you know, and I think I saw something there that he was sick, and I want to wish him well because Andy is on the council like myself. He's over in Carlow. You know, and they're hard workers. Like they're over there in that same Mullins, Bagenstown, Burris area over there. You know, so look, it's all to play for Paddy. As you know, as David said, you're at a long time, and Paul as well. So it's not over yet. And I'm just looking at the number 8 or Dave Fitzgerald. Like you know, he got a disappointing vote. Very disappointing vote. To be the standard bearer. Like he had a Taoiseach in the constituency here 3 times. Like, you know. So if I was ever running, I wouldn't want a Taoiseach down beside me because there mightn't be votes in it. But you know, but he put in a massive effort, as they all did. You know, so
just to say, Paddy, Gary O'Neill's, if it comes to his elimination, which is next after Malcolm's, that's going to be decisive.
Do you reckon it'll go break in Sinn Féin's favour?
Listen, it's all hearsay.
100%, we're all guessing.
And we're looking at it, but I would think we will get a good scalp of that. Yeah. Just geography-wise.
4 candidates ever won.
My favourite one candidate.
Natasha.
Just because of the geography. Just because of the geography. And he's in Ferrybank. So you would have thought his personal vote would have went number 1, and you'd be hoping number 2 might come our way. Listen, I could be 100% wrong. I usually am in some of these, Paddy, but
you and me both, right?
I think it's going to play a big part. Like there's, what's it, just under 4,000. Was it 3,600?
The only surefire candidates at the moment seem to be John McGuinness and Jennifer Main O'Connor.
Yeah, to be fair, like you know, John is in politics, in national politics. He's in local since 1979, but he's in national politics since 1997. And like you know, when we're going around to the doors, his name came up everywhere. Even people that probably wouldn't give him a 1 or a 2, but down the line, and he's done a favour. And they're on about the machine that they have. They have that machine. I know why they have it, because everybody goes to them, and they get on the database, and they're doing everything, and they work hard. Like I came back from Bosnia the 24th of October. The following day, Friday, we started over here in Albus Inch, and I was out every day after that, bar Sunday, don't canvas of a Sunday. You know, in the rain and the cold and warm as well at times, in all weathers, you know, and a bit in the dark as well. And we were well received. But David, I'm sure you could say that as well about Sinn Féin, you know, because people are generally nice to like chatting to you. Okay, they are angry. There's no doubt in saying about people are angry.
It's a lot different than maybe 10 or 15 years ago when we were canvassing. Going back to, I suppose, Kathleen 2007 election, it's completely different. It's gone extremely hard to know what you're getting from those. You probably know yourself, Paddy, from just being out with people. Like, everyone is so nice. Yeah, we look after you.
Scary nice, actually.
Yeah, scary nice. You know, I remember years ago when we were, I know, I suppose it's a lot younger than what I am now, like, you will get abuse at doors left, right and centre.
I get abuse everywhere I go. Doesn't matter on a door or not.
We know that. But I just want to go back to what you said here about 2 people being, we say, nearly assured a seat. There must be a Fine Gael seat there.
Like, oh yeah, no, sorry. I think there is, but we don't know who it is.
Which one it is? Yeah,
no candidates as opposed to parties.
Can I just say something there? When you're going around to the doors and you're ringing the doorbell, and that famous camera doorbell is in your face, people are not answering the doors. Okay, we can say the economy is strong at the moment. A lot of people are working, but that camera bell, I didn't, even in the local elections, David, I'm sure you're the same.
I don't ring him.
Yeah, people don't come to the doors, you know, and we got a lot of that as well.
And the F-off gates.
Yeah, but I know in the media they were saying that it's only a leaflet drop. It's a leaflet drop. Yeah, because people weren't answering the doors or they weren't there, but so be it. That's the way.
Times are changing too. Like, listen, the last 10 years, I've always kind of said to people who canvass for me, and a lot of people get, they get worked up about canvassing. I'm obviously to believe they're going to vote for you, they're going to vote for you. Knocking on a door in 20 years of politics, I've seen very little people change on a door. And listen, if you know your area well, which most of us do, from each political party, you'll know 80% of your doors that these are Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin, Labour. You might get a good transfer from them, stuff like that. But everything now is just social media.
There's a lot, and it's only in Ireland, I think. Oh, they never called to my door, so they're not getting a vote off me.
But would they give you the vote even if you knocked on the door?
There you go. They might give you a vote, over 13 maybe.
A vote, and that could help you in the end too. But
I think I saw it was between Dixie Dial and Sean Tracy in 2014, and it went down a long way on the ballot paper.
Yeah, I was there. I was on that 2014. I was on that one.
There's one other thing there, probably. Sorry, David. The other constituency that we're in, Kilkenny Northwest. Look, I don't want to give up, but it was crazy.
It was a shocking decision.
It was a crazy. Michael Lowry and Alan Kelly came out strong about it. Like it's going to come back because they realise they've made a major mistake. But like they're not going to be represented by Michael Lowry topped the poll in Urlinford yesterday. 4 or 5 years ago you wouldn't say that. But they definitely will come back. And John lost a lot of votes. Sinn Féin lost votes. Everybody lost votes up there.
I think John lost. I think he was saying 1,600.
Yeah.
Actually, John Paul put him at 2,000 up there.
Yeah, did he? Yeah, and then try and get them back.
We wouldn't have lost that kind now. I think it was about 700, which is a hell of a lot of vote too to be losing. But it is. But what I suppose sickens me is that you're driving out literally 11 minutes out the road and you're seeing North Tipperary people on posters. Just literally.
Or in general, even.
Yeah. I know we have to be nice, but no, it's shocking. It's a shocking decision, and I hope it's.
I don't know what the turnout was up there in the north. I know a lot of them would have.
As you know, I'm a delivery driver now, so I'm up around there a good bit of the time, and I just did my own straw poll about 2 weeks ago, and I went to. We'll say it must have been 11 or 12 houses, and I'm a talkative person, as you know, Paddy. I'd be talking on the door, and I asked them at the door were they going to vote, and out of the 10 doors, 8 of them had told me they were going to spoil their vote. Whether that went out and happened, they were extremely upset that they had to go out and vote.
I'm going to pass you back to Paul now.
Yeah.
Well, Joe Malone, David Kennedy, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup, and we wish you every success for the rest of the count.
Thanks very much.
Have a good evening. Thanks a million. Thanks a million. And we're now joined by Sinn Féin candidate for the Carlow Kilkenny constituency on the Carlow part of the Sinn Féin ticket, Anya Gladley Knox. Anya, you're well in the hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. Delighted now. Just hopefully all these transfers keep coming, and we just have to wait it out. I suppose it could be a long wait, but...
And if it stays the way it is, they could have 3 candidates from Carlow. I know there was a big kind of battle cry from Carlow Chamber in particular for Carlow to vote Carlow, and people of Carlow have.
Yeah, well, I suppose, look, that just didn't come from the... I know they put out that, but I mean, every couple of doors we knocked now, that came from the door that we were voting a Carlow candidate, And look, I think it definitely showed through that the 3 candidates, the female candidates, I suppose, as well, like we're taking a little bit of the female vote here as well on top of that. So it's positive, I think, for Carlow. I think it was really good. So.
And 3 candidates, if you're elected, please God, 3 TDs from Carlow, that would be a big for the county.
Oh, absolutely massive. But I look at, nobody should be hatching any chickens yet. I mean, there's a lot of numbers still to be given out there. So we just have to sit back now and wait and see what way it goes. I think, look, the next count should maybe tell a lot. I'm not sure who's been given out there at the minute. Malcolm, and then look, yeah,
And you'd expect to get a good chunk of them now, given that.
well, look, Kathleen kind of was, yeah, you know, I suppose, look, at the last elections, I suppose Kathleen transferred to Adrian, which effectively went over to Malcolm, so we're hoping he'll do us a favour this time and help us out this time. But yeah, and I suppose, look, we've Aon2 to come as well, so which is another left-leaning party, but obviously they're Kilkenny based as well. So, but I suppose for me, I did pull out a vote out of Kilkenny as well. So, you know, I worked in Kilkenny for 20 years. It's all different. I was a beauty therapist, so I worked in loads of different salons across. Yeah, so I know loads of women out there. So yeah, they were definitely out there. But I do think I have lots of family down around Sleeve-Rue, and I mean, for me, like I suppose the Gladney name was a kind of it carried serious weight across the constituency.
Yeah, plus your dad is a councillor in Bagnallstown. He retained his seat at the last local elections. You ran as well. You didn't get to win a seat, but what's it like kind of within the space of 6 months going from a local into a general election?
Well, look, I suppose for us, obviously, you know, we had not a great election, or a local election, but for me it was never, it was more of a feeler, a tester. I only came in with 3 weeks left to the campaign, literally, and we weren't canvassing for once for myself. We wanted to protect his seat, but we just wanted to kind of maybe see what way it was going to go, just get the name a little bit out there, and I still got over 200 and something first preference. We're not even asking for them. So look, look, I really enjoy. For me, I love canvassing. I know other people don't. One of my friends, Claire, just literally said to me, "God, I'd love to be a canvasser now." You know, we just, I know, but some people don't, and we just we love doing that. And for me, I suppose, look, it came across. You know, people are like, "Oh, I saw your poster," and but then they're like, "Now it's great to actually meet the person." And for me, like, that was really good to interact with people at the doors. I love, like, I'm just a people person. I love interacting with everybody.
Or interacting with people on the doors. What were the issues that were coming up a lot?
To be honest with you, look, I suppose obviously there's the housing issues and nationals, but a lot of it is like, you know, what's going on inside their home. It could be something very personal, like a medical card, or, you know, just very much kind of what's going on at number one, you know, and then they, you know, that was their
as local as you can get.
Absolutely, definitely for me, that's what I really got through it. And then there's obviously some people who be just saying, no, look, and, you know, the message of a change, that kind of came across, you know, as well. But, you know, we had, and obviously you're going to meet a lot of people that weren't home. Like, we were getting out at 11:30 in the morning. We were staying out then and come home for the school run and back out again at 9 o'clock at night. Like, so we weren't at home, but you were definitely getting a morning time for us. We found we were getting a lot more people in. So, yeah, it was actually, and obviously different areas, but like, we were getting to meet a lot of people from that 11:30 mark up till about, you know.
With the fact of being a winter election, you only had a certain window to canvass.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, I suppose for us, you know, the 3-week campaign, but I think we've ran like a really, really good, positive campaign, and like that, I suppose people got, you know, for me, I suppose people were like saying, you know, it's great to see somebody grassroots that is very local, and really relatable. You know, and I think that's what came across. And the fact that Andy is obviously sitting councillor is as well, and I've been working with him for 10.5 years, and we've been doing a lot of work.
You have an office there in Bagnallstown. It's a very busy one there across from Frankie Dale's pub, which is a great spot for food, by the way.
Little plug in for Frankie, he'll be delighted. No, he is, and no, definitely the office is very busy there, and like, I would have been in there with Andy a lot, like, and I suppose for me, this is the first time I've maybe stepped out of his shadow a little bit and onto my own 2 feet again. So look, at whatever happens today, but I'm absolutely thrilled with what came out. I think I was a bit of an underdog, and
exactly. That was what people were saying. They're running 2 candidates, nobody knows who they are. I said Sinn Féin were, I think I was looking at one newspaper during the Amber Zone, but it's not, but definitely between the two, you will win a seat.
Well, look, it's looking like that. Which way it'll go is down to what happens here now. But look, I'm happy with the way it goes. I'm sure Natasha's delighted as well. But look, again, it was a heavy baton to be passed on to us from Kathleen, but it was one that we were willing to step forward and take. And I think we've really held our own. We've ran 2 really good campaigns, and we were delighted. Absolutely.
Very good. I'm going to hand you over to my colleague Paddy Manning, who's studying numbers very, very studiously.
He's studying numbers, because Paul keeps asking the questions. I'm thinking of it, and I'm like, "Jeez, what will I ask now?" So I'm actually internally, I'm panicking internally. But so we'll go back maybe to the count or the local elections, because I only found out that you were running, I was going to say against, but alongside your father, in the locals. what did people say on the doors? You must have thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, they loved it. The father-daughter thing really went down really, really well. But people were like, in fairness, they were very committed to Andy. And they were like, we'll give him the one now and I'll give you the two. And I'm like, that's what we want, that's fine. You know, and because look, the party, we're supposed to be looking at a 2 to 3 candidate. We knew it wasn't there. In fairness, we know our area, we know our constituency. And then I had kind of happily said, look, you stay going. You know, I'm happy with that. And then we had a chat like 3 weeks before, and he was like, listen, come on, put your name in, we'll do it. And I really enjoyed it though, and it was just such a memory to have for the two of us. I am a daddy's girl, and I'll put my hands up to that one. There's 6 of us, but everyone, the other 5 do be disgusted, like, you know. But no, we're very...
They weren't allowed to run.
No, they're like, get out, you're not welcome. No, but no, they're all down there, in fairness, every one of them. They're so supportive, and Dad is at home now, he's not well, so look, hopefully if things start looking a bit better, he might try come in for a little while. He got sick actually just at the start of the election campaign. So.
Typical, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah. Look, unfortunately for him, he's having to take a little short break out of the council as well. He got diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Sorry, dear.
Yeah. No, look, for him, look, I think he did come out. He was talking to one of the local papers about it. But look, it's the fact that he's so busy, but he has a trigeminal neuralgia of the face as well. You see, so it takes.
I'm sorry. What's?
So trigeminal neuralgia. It basically have 3 nerves into the face. So it's actually one of the worst known pains to mankind. Yeah, it's actually nicknamed the suicide pain. That's yeah. It's a horrible condition, and unfortunately, like, we know people that are. It's very hard to get diagnosed. They're nearly put down as having migraine conditions and stuff. So like, he really wants to try highlight that condition, and there's no cure for it. And it's actually so debilitating. It's taken away his speech, his eating, his drinking for the minute. So like, that has all been going in the background. And I was just telling your colleague, we were out canvassing, and Mum fell and broke her T7 in her spine. And I'm like, lads, please stop. I wanted to lock the door and keep them inside.
Politics is an extreme sport.
Yeah, it was, absolutely. And I was just like, oh God. So like, I suppose all that, for me, that's probably why I enjoyed canvassing. I was like, getting away from all that, you know. So it was my release away from all that, I suppose, stresses and worry, I suppose, as well.
They say politics is dramatic.
Yeah, well, there you go. My family is absolutely dramatic. There's never a short of drama in my house.
Sinn Féin brand seems to be very strong here in Carlow. Kenny, you're both combined. You're on over 13,000 votes, and in 2020, unknown candidates were put up. We'll go with Violet Ann Wynne down in Clare as an example. She was elected in 2020 under a Sinn Féin banner. She left Sinn Féin. I'm going to say halfway through their tenure. She ran as independent. She got 300 votes. Like, you know, that's the power of the brand as well.
Yeah, look, I suppose for Carlow, if we go back there, like, you look at Andy Gladney. My dad, obviously, I'm obviously a bit biased, but I mean, he's got re-elected. And it's all down to hard work. And if you're committed and work really, really hard, and you work for the people that you've promised that you'd work for, I don't think anyone will have any trouble, really. I know, obviously, if the Sinn Féin brand, you'll always have your Sinn Féin supporters, but you'll also have a personal vote with that as well. And I think that has to be taken into account with these votes as well. I mean, if you look at Kathleen's vote back then as well, like, she had a huge vote, but you have to...
17,400 and something.
Yeah, so yeah, Kathleen can rattle that off to a T now, by the way. Yeah. But
I actually broke the news to her yesterday that she was very close to beating W.D. Cosgrave's record.
Oh, well, there you go. She would have been like, look, she's down there now as well. She's watching all the numbers. Yeah, I think she has the record here at the minute anyway, like for, what's in, like for the female, like, yeah. We're all about females. No, but for herself, like, I think... yeah, she's down there, she's watching the numbers herself. But I think, politics is local for us as well. And I think that's where, you know, Andy's vote comes in. And I would be gaining probably on the back of his name. And obviously we got a new councillor, Jim Dean retained his seat back in there. So there is that vote in Carlow for Sinn Féin. But it's down to the lads that are there as well. They're working hard. And, you know, I think Kathleen has been doing good work as well. So.
Now, it's not over. There's a lot to go. It's anyway, you're fighting and you're in with a great shot. And well,
look, you wouldn't have said this maybe on Friday. You know? No. So, I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's a good few people have said to me, I'm shocked. But to me, I was just always
that the vote was never on my mind. The numbers were never on my mind. It was just get out and meet the people, talk to the people, put my name out there, let them know me. And I think like we've run such a good campaign. We even down to my posters, I wanted them to be different and, you know, not go with the typical maybe suit. I wanted to have my own personality. And like I know Jonathan O'Brien is down there with us, and he's
Former Limerick TD.
yes, very very supportive. Yeah, Cork.
Cork. Sorry, I thought he was Limerick.
No, he'll be. No. I'm surprised he didn't correct you on that one. You know, he always said to me, "Stay authentic, stay true to yourself," and I think that's what I've done. Like, and I'm really happy with that. Like, so.
I'm just cringing now at my Limerick Cork.
Oh,
You know,
no,
I'd hate if someone called me from Tippi, like, you know.
Well, sure. Look, it's yeah. No, I'm a Carlow person, so and yeah. Look, we'll see how it goes now.
Excellent. I'm going to pass you back to Paul.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Anya, your congratulations on the great vote you've got. You're very, very much in the hunt, and who knows, we could be in a few hours' time. You could be a new TD for Carlow Kilkenny.
If all these transfer gods are on my side, we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck
Thanks
for the
very
rest of the count, and who knows, could be a new TD for Carlow Kilkenny.
There you go. Thanks
Best
very
of
much,
luck.
lads.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Bye.
29, Kilkenny, 29,
I have to go, we have a count.
Electric, 120, H21. 324. Invalid ballot papers, 563. Valid poll, 69761. Number Z, 5, Croja, 11627. Following is the result of the ninth count, which consisted of the distribution of Malcolm Noonan's 3,501 votes. Total number of votes distributed, 3501. Calla and Catherine Fidel. Votes this count, 230. Total votes, 7264. Claire Peter Chap, Fianna Fáil. Vote this count, 241. Total votes, 7753. Doyle Michael Fine Gael. Votes this count, 188. Total votes, 5329. Fitzgerald David Fine Gael. Vote this count, 547. Total votes, 5585. Gladney Knox Anya Sinn Féin. Vote this count, 94. Total votes, 7185. McGuinness John Fianna Fáil. Vote this count, 451. Total votes, 11063. Renee O'Connor Jennifer Fianna Fáil. Votes this count, 145. Total votes, 8533. Newsom Drennan Natasha Sinn Féin. Votes this count, 148. Total votes, 6297. O'Neill Gary Aintu. Votes this count, 110. Total votes, 3765. Stevenson Patricia, Social Democrats. Vote this count, 1137. Total votes, 5802. Non-transferable papers not effective, 210. Total votes, 1185. No candidate is disclosed on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute their votes. Gary O'Neill, 3765 votes.
Put the cigarettes away.
Yeah. Oh, and you're very welcome back to the Carlow Kilkenny general election count here for 2024. And I'm very pleased, both Paul and myself, to be joined by outgoing Fine Gael TD for Carlow Kilkenny, John Paul Phelan. John Paul, this weekend kind of bookends your career as a public representative. I suppose there's kind of lots of different kind of emotions, I'd say, you're feeling right now.
Yeah, lots of different emotions is a good way of describing it. Regret isn't one of them, thankfully. You'd missed the buzz of counts, albeit even slow counts like this one. But look, I made my decision a long time ago, really, in effect, and really since the heart attack and COVID. You know,
we can't kill you off.
Yeah, many people have tried over the years politically. I killed myself in the end politically, but I'm glad to be out of it. I think really now there's a time for everything in a person's life, and 25 and a half years is long enough to be a politician.
And you have 3 TDs. Sorry, you have
candidates,
3
yeah.
candidates. You would love to have 3 TDs. You have three candidates in the race. How are you seeing it? Catherine Callan looks the best place as we speak.
Well, look, if you were the 3 candidates, you'd prefer to be in Catherine Callahan's position.
Yeah.
Like, it is remarkable that there's a prospect, at least, that 3 of the 5 TDs could be Carlow based. Now, that might change because there's a lot of transfers to be distributed, but they're from the smaller party candidates so in other words, there'd be votes from both Carlow and Kilkenny, so they're not necessarily geographically based. Like, it's been a remarkable election in Carlow Kilkenny.
Because I remember being at Catherine Callahan's launch, and you spoke about with the changes in boundaries.
It could be 2 in Carlow.
Could be 2 in Carlow, and that looks like it's very, very possible. And I know the Carlow Chamber put out a big call. Carlow, vote Carlow, and Carlow did.
Well, I think it's nearly definite now that there will be at least 2 in Carlow. The question is, will there be a third? That is in doubt. But I just couldn't believe all along that nobody was talking about the prospect of 2 seats in Carlow when the numbers in the constituency changed. Like, there basically is 2 quotas in Carlow and there's 4 in Kilkenny. There's 6 quotas in any 5-seater. So, like, there was always the prospect that if the Carlow candidates could get a good strong first preference, that at least 2 of them could be elected. And now we've seen 3 Carlow candidates get a very strong first preference and be in contention for election. So it was one that was missed by all the kind of national pundits, didn't seem to see it. One very famous man, this is the little one from the campaign trail now. I don't know if you've interviewed George Doyle, Michael's father, who campaigned every day, but he was canvassing a certain, who shall remain nameless, former manager of the Kilkenny hurling team, who pointed out on the door to him that he had just looked at the numbers, and Carlow can elect 2 people, and that's kind of looks to be at least the way it'll pan out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it's kind of, it might be a hard question. Of the 25 years you spent as a public representative, what were the big highlights for you?
Sure, the big highlight was trying to become a TD in the first place, because everybody internally within Fine Gael, except my own core people in South Kilkenny, all said it couldn't be done. Even to be elected as a councillor, I only discovered years after that election that I was the sweeper candidate in that election, and yet got the second of 3 Fine Gael seats in the Biltown district at the time, which was a 6-seater. So every battle I've had politically has been difficult. Actually, the last few ones, when my main rivals were removed, were easier and a bit less interesting because they weren't. I always enjoyed an uphill kind of David versus Goliath kind of struggle. I always enjoyed being David, and mostly it came off. Sometimes it didn't, but it was always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, and you were junior minister for a period of time for local government and electoral reform. What sticks out from your time in what's it called, where the Department of Local Government is?
Housing,
Customs House?
Customs House, yeah. I was based in the Customs House. Owen Murphy was on one wing. I was on another, but and I was looking after local government and electoral reform. I suppose that what stands out for me from that time is directly elected mayors, which we have the first one now in Limerick. That was my baby, if you like. Hopefully it works in Limerick. If it does, it should happen everywhere. The other one was the reform of the electoral register. The fact now that you can check your details online, the fact that we use PPS numbers, I introduced all that.
Okay.
Because I was conscious at the time that the electoral registers were really in a bad shape. Now, don't get me wrong, they still need cleaning up, but at least we have a system there now, particularly with the PPS numbers, that we can ensure that we avoid duplication and avoid having people on the register who are dead for years and years and years. So that can be very upsetting for families. So those are two things I could name. There's a lot of stuff in Kilkenny that I've been involved in. Like we're in a sports hall here in Loretto that I would have had a hand in. Some of the improvements that have taken place in this school and in many other schools. And many other medical facilities around. Myself and Paddy were in the van the other night, and we were talking about elections and things that have happened, and certain things like I was able to be involved in, like the development of the new St. Columba's in Thomastown, which will be there forever. Like a lot of people, not least in the medical professions in Kilkenny, didn't want the new St. Columba's to be in Thomastown. It took a hell of a battle for it to be retained.
James Riley wanted to talk.
It was in around 2015. It was on a list. Yeah.
But even beyond that, once the battle for having it kept and even having a new one built, there was a local battle as to where it would be located.
Okay, absolutely.
And all politics is local.
Yeah, and location.
Yeah.
Now I'll pass you over to my esteemed colleague, Paddy Manning. So this could go anywhere, as you know.
I could.
Yeah.
Where we start? I'll give you a nice easy one.
When I was a young man.
It's a long time since you were a young man.
Nearly as long as you, Paddy.
There you go. You've been around a while.
Yeah.
Senator since 2002. Jesus. I was in second year. You've had a few party leaders.
I have. There's a question now. I know what you're going to ask me next. Who stands out or who's the best?
No. You were, this is going to be a long one. Yourself and Kenny didn't see eye to eye for a long number of years, and you were a Varadkar supporter. In my mind, he wasn't a strong leader.
Is there a question there?
What's in your mind?
Comment. Please comment. It's like the Leaving Cert all over again.
Analyse.
No, I don't think it wasn't the strong leader. Like I think Leo Varadkar changed his style and his politics once he became the leader. Like the Leo who, before he became the leader of Fine Gael, was the most looked at and kind of admired in various degrees politician in the country. He was what you, if you wanted to know what was going on, it was Varadkar. And he changed that himself. And that didn't suit, No, and the rest is history, Paddy.
You're very diplomatic. Yeah. Now, and then, as a result, we have a new leader. Leo stepped aside, Simon. Simon seems to have a bit more pep in his step.
He does. And look, it always did. Like, it's funny, when I was running for the European election in 2009, Simon was running for the town council and county council in Greystones and Wicklow. So I would have done a lot of early mornings at the Dart station in Greystones when I was doing my European gig, and he was beside me. And of course, he was first-time candidate. We ended up getting nearly 4 quotas for the town council in Greystones, and ended up getting a council seat where it was impossible because we had 2 outgoing long-term councillors who both got re-elected, and we ended up getting 3 out of 4. Harris is a very different type of person than Leo Varadkar. Harris is more in the traditional leader Enda Kenny style mode than Varadkar.
In the handshaking sense.
Yeah. Prefers people than Varadkar. I think that's
sounds like a father take of it. Hates people.
Well, no, it's true. And
the father check of politics.
Yeah, well, he just is more kind of natural at home, I suppose, in dealing with people, which is a big help in politics. Because the other thing that people often forget about elections, and it's true in Carlow, Kilkenny as it is anywhere else, likability is a huge factor. And if a candidate is unlikable, then they're unlikely to be elected. We've seen a few, and I won't high-profile people, mostly in Dublin constituencies, who wouldn't be the one that you'd like to go and have a drink with, who've managed to be elected because of force of personality or,
Stephen Donnelly, for example.
Well, no, not at all. Actually, I wasn't even thinking. No, I was thinking more along the Alan Shatter line, a politician who was there for so long. Even though he wouldn't be the warmest person, but he was just very brilliant.
I was trying to elicit a response for you. Yourself and Donnelly butted heads during your tenure. I haven't seen. He was in trouble last time. I haven't seen the updated figures. How's he getting on?
I think he's.
He might just make.
Oh.
He might.
Oh, that'll be a loss for Fine Gael if it does. I don't know what's happening. Look, I butted heads, but sure, that's the job.
You did. You butt heads.
Yeah, but if you're not butting heads, you're not doing that in politics.
The poor old Greens. You called them nutters in 2020. You weren't overly popular with them after it. Did you mend your bridges?
I did with the man in Kilkenny, who I think was a fine politician, did a lot for Kilkenny, and particularly did a lot in his department with heritage. Like, I always admired Malcolm. But I mean, I think the Irish public have given a verdict on the Green Party today too. That mightn't be too different from what I said a few years ago. Yeah.
Very possible.
Last time out, we had Bobby Elbert, and when he lost his seat, I can remember you were actually disappointed. In that you said you had you had good time for him.
Actually, a lovely man.
Yeah.
God rest him. Like, it's hard to credit he's gone, and gone with a while. It's amazing how quickly politics changes and moves on. I was always fond of Bobby, even though we were very, 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 like, only literally as the crow flew, only a couple of miles between us. But he was just a nice, warm, good person. But you'll always, like, there are some people in my own party that I've been very friendly with over the years, and some people in my own party that I really don't like. And likewise when it comes to other parties. Like,
who?
I will not be engaging in that type of commentary here tonight. But like, there are some people some people could guess some of the people in my own party that I haven't been friendly with over the years. But like, I have respect for people who stand for election. It's not an easy thing to do, to put your name on a ballot paper and whoever you're standing for.
Actually, sorry, we haven't talked about this fucking race at all. I was grilling you. Patricia Stevenson has done exceptionally well. Transfer-wise, she's picked up nearly 3,000 votes. Do you reckon she can? She's passed out the two Fine Gael boys. Is she fighting for a seat? Do you reckon she's too far off?
I think she's too far off. Like, if you look at the numbers of what's left, like, there's a safe Fine Gael seat, but only one. There's obviously two Fianna Fáil seats that we know of. Sinn Féin have more than enough for. Well, you would think they have more than enough if there's a decent transfer between them for a seat. So that really then, Chap Clear has been in pole position from the start. Sometimes people end up getting caught, but he's getting he's getting a sprinkle out of every elimination.
And when you think about 2020, we didn't have an Aontu or a Sock Dems here. They've taken 5,000 votes between the two of them. Like, we couldn't have told what way that was going to go. Gary O'Neill's vote, the Aontu vote, sorry, yeah. How do you reckon that's going to break? Will Sinn Féin take a chunk of it?
According to what some of the initial tallies were, that it was breaking fairly evenly.
Okay.
But they were the initial tallies of the votes that he would have been getting on transfers. Like, I mean, if you look at his initial vote, it had a skew towards South Kilkenny. But obviously his transfers have come from all over since. So I would expect, obviously, that will be reflected in the breakdown when he's eliminated. I mean, the Patricia Stevenson one is just, you know, the way there's a kind of popular view in politics that you have to be well known locally and active and involved.
Yeah, it helps.
Well, does it? Like, I mean, like, the opposite has helped Patricia Stevenson. You know, by all accounts, she's a good candidate. I mean, I don't know her, but like, she's got a big vote. So it kind of flies in the face of the traditional, you know, groundwork style of politics. But then again, it is, Sock Dems are having a good election.
Fine Gael have three candidates. Looks like they're only going to take one seat. Down the line, do you reckon? Now again, it's up to party uh, HQ and the local organisation to decide this. But is there an argument made for one Carlow, one Kilkenny candidate, or does the North, does the South, and do Carlow need their own individual rep?
Well, I would always favour having 3 Fine Gael candidates because it's 3 distinct parts of the constituency. Like, I mean, I suppose the interesting thing from a Fine Gael perspective is that our vote is up nicely in Carlow, Kilkenny. Like, we've gone from 21% to 24 and a bit percent. Like, we need to be hitting 27 or 8 to win 2 seats. That's always been the case. You could be lucky or unlucky on 27, 28. Like, I think we were thereabouts in 07 and it didn't work for 2 seats. But so it's a nice recovery in numbers for Fine Gael. That's primarily in Carlow. Like, the Kilkenny result hasn't been a good one really for Fine Gael. But the bottom line is, vote is up. Seat which some people said we wouldn't retain when I announced a few years ago is safely held. And you know, we want to get a 1.25, which is a good return. Like, if anyone had to have said that to Fine Gael, you know, 6 months ago, they'd have been happy out.
And my last question for you. You've retired from politics. You're obviously not of age to retire, so you're going to have to make a living for the next few years. Yes. You're married, you're after having a sprog. He's down there, he's watching, he's learning.
He's with my sister, I hope.
Yeah. What does the future hold for John Paul Phelan?
Minding the sprog, who is Garrett, and is lovely.
Hello, Garrett.
We bought a house recently that needs renovation, so I'll be involved in that. I've gone back to college to study psychotherapy and counselling, which is very interesting. And obviously I'm a barrister, and I'm thinking that maybe I might dip my toe at some stage in that. But no final decisions have been made. We live a relatively modest lifestyle, so we're not going to be out on the street anytime soon. So, but I have a couple of options, I suppose. But I haven't made any definitive final decisions on anything yet, Paddy. But you'll be the first to know.
Thank you very much, John. All right, pass you back to Paul.
Yes.
Yeah, and I suppose at the end of the day, John Paul, the public are voting to fill seats, and when these seats are filled, it's up to those sitting in those seats to come together and form a government. Looks like Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will be in coalition with a third stool or third part. Who would your preference be? Would it be Labour? Would it be Soc Dems? Would it be Independents? I suppose we won't really know until the final numbers are in, but have you got any thoughts on that?
My preference would be that Fine Gael wouldn't be in government.
Really?
You know, we haven't had a very successful election, but you know, it has, where it looked a year ago, you know, it's successful by that judgment. But like, I think that we've been in power now since 2011, so obviously we're heading to nearly the 14 full years. So I mean, I think it might be time not to be in power, but I'm conscious of the fact that I have no influence whatsoever. Some would argue that I never really had much influence on those types of decisions anyway, but that'll be my preference.
Be interesting, because you're the first Fine Gael rep that we've had on in this programme that is actually saying no, we should go into opposition.
Well, it's funny. If that's the case, that's funny, because after the last general election, we had a Fine Gael constituency meeting in the Lord Bagnall in Carlow, where it was a unanimous view of all present, who included all the Fine Gael public reps in the constituency, that we should go into opposition after the last election. So I'm surprised that, but I have a long memory.
Well, we're going to call you Deputy John Paul Phelan, but former Deputy John Paul Phelan TD. We wish you every success for the future, and we must also say thanks very much for all the support you've given the Irish Political Roundup over the last number of years.
No problem.
And we wish you every success for the future.
Thank you.
And I'm now delighted to be joined by Sinn Féin candidate for Carlow Kilkenny, the Kilkenny candidate on their ticket, Natasha Newsom-John. Natasha, you got a very, very good vote for a first time candidate. You must have been very, very pleased.
Absolutely delighted with it. It's unreal. Yeah, it's brilliant. Look, it was great. I loved it. I had great fun doing it. I love talking to people anyway. I absolutely. There's nothing like I was asked before. There's nothing that I didn't like about it. But I would take 1,000 more days canvassing than here today. Yeah, this is the tough bit.
We're not here to catch anyone out, so you're in very safe hands. And when you were chatting to people on doors, what were the big issues that were coming up?
Well, mostly housing, and disabilities, from not having services to not getting assessment of needs. Just a lot of that. And I suppose because that's the sector I work in, that was coming back to me. You just have people with 30-odd-year-olds living in the parents, and they just can't get them out of the house, Not that they don't love their children, but they just can't. They can't just get on the property market at all. Like, rent is too dear, and they just can't save up enough money for to get a down payment, and it's just it's crazy. Housing.
It is so. Housing being the number one issue, but overall, you've had a very, very good campaign between two candidates. You've if vote management was, if you were to say, here's an example of good vote management, you did it with the Carlow and Kilkenny candidates, and you both polled very well.
Yeah, oh look, for first time candidates, the two of us, I know we both ran in the locals, but it's brilliant. It's really, really great, because we were unknown. But then it just goes to show the work that we did put in during the campaign. We were out every day, every night, chatting to people, and that just shows that just does pay off,
And when you are out canvassing and you're talking to people and an issue might come up, having an MEP and councillors to tap into as well, that's very, very important as well, I imagine, to kind of getting those issues resolved and getting votes out of it as well.
Yeah, look, I suppose, we got a few. Most of them are council issues. So Stephanie Dohenny in the Callan Thomastown, Stephanie would have been great dealing with things like that. But also people looking for school places and stuff, so Kathleen would have helped out with that as well. And it's great to have Kathleen's, to have access to Kathleen was great. So look, and the other big issue actually, just in relation to that, is basically people just they get their wages in, and it's what hole do they put the money in? And it's there's nothing left, there's nothing left. There's no pot there for a rainy day. People just can't seem to get ahead, and that was definitely, I felt that a lot on the doors.
Absolutely. So cost of living is still very, very real.
Sure.
I know people say, inflation has come down a bit, but for everybody, they are still feeling it in their pocket.
They're not feeling it in their pocket. No, absolutely not. No, look, there's no enjoyment anymore. There's no little bit extra that you might go to a pub or something like that. There's none of that anymore. And you can see, our local pubs and all closing down because people don't have that money in their pocket. And they need to get back to that. People need to have a little bit of enjoyment in their life as well. And that keeps the world going round. It keeps everybody happy. It gives, that bit of money to, those luxuries that we all want every now and again. It's not like that people want to be rich. And I definitely got that from the doors. It's just a case of living, surviving. And people are barely in survival mode. They're barely surviving.
And of course, you have many, many years' experience working in the disability sector. What would you like to see the new government be? Maybe Sinn Féin will be in it, maybe they won't. But whatever the next government is, what would you like to see them do specifically to help people working in the disability sector and people that rely on the services of disability organisations?
Well, look, I'm with the Brothers of Charity in Ferrybank, and conditions there are pretty good. But it's not so much for the adults with disabilities. I think we need to start at the children. We need to start getting assessment of need first, then having a follow on, whether it's a school place or if it's another service to go on to. Like, we need to give the children their best chance. Like, it's like early intervention is key, and it's amazing what early intervention can do. And if we don't get that sorted now, like, it's raining on those children now, it's raining on their families, it's raining on their parents' health, because that's a snowball effect on our health service as well. And this is the kind of invisible stuff that people don't actually see. People are so stressed out. There's people out there that are on the second mortgage. They're trying to pay for everything for their children, and then they come to the stage where there's no money left in the pot, and it's breaking their hearts that they can't help their children, and that's what it is. And it's their stress levels are through the roof, and if we don't get that sorted now, what we're probably going to have in probably 10 years' time is we're going to have doubled our adult services, because we couldn't be bothered to help out the children now and give them the best shot at life. And why are they not entitled to a shot just like everybody else?
Absolutely. And speech and language therapy,
All
I said
of the
that's a
services.
big issue.
All of them.
And another
OT,
issue.
all of the services. We just don't have enough. Look, we're training the best. And because they haven't got access to housing and better conditions, they're leaving. We're training the best for them to leave. And look, I have 4 young lads, and I'd love them to be able to call Ireland home and to look at Ireland and say, yeah, I want to grow up here. I want to get my family. I want to have a family here, and I want them to be, comfortable.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. It's just comfortable.
Exactly. Because in the past, when we had downturns now, people have emigrated because there was no work here. They made that choice, but now they're making the choice because they can't afford to live here.
Oh yeah, that's it. And that's, okay, I know some people that they want to emigrate, right? And that's fine. But the majority of people would love to stay here. They'd love to call Ireland home. And why do we train the best to send them away?
That's a very, very fair point.
But going back to disabilities,
Yeah.
right? So if we can put in the funds now, we can. Sorry. We will. It'll cost money now, but we will save it in the long run.
Absolutely.
And it will be less of an effect on our health service, and then that'll free up other areas too. But we do need to spend the money now, and it will cost money. I don't have figures for you now what it'll cost, because I don't think anybody has figures, because I think it's just been neglected.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has really looked into it properly enough. Like with Sinn Féin, they would have extra places. They're trying to retain the staff better, and obviously housing is that biggest gap there that needs to be filled. If you have a roof over your head, the one thing that you can give your children is by giving them a roof over their head. That's stability.
Yeah.
And that's a base. That's a home.
Exactly.
And if you don't have a home, you can't have any of the rest of the things. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. We all need a home, and without that base, things can be very difficult. But Natasha, it was a pleasure speaking to you. It's the first time I've spoken to you during this election campaign. You've got a really, really good vote, so congratulations on that. And you're very, very much still in the hunt for a seat. So who knows? Next time we speak, it could be Natasha Newsom-Drennan TD. So we wish you all the best for the rest of this election count.
Thanks a million. Thank you.
Yep, and we're back here live at the local election count. Sorry, general election count for 2024 here in Carlow, Kilkenny, and I'm joined with former Fianna Fáil councillor Matt Doran. And just before we get into the interview, if anybody is wondering why we haven't had any Social Democrat candidate on, we did ask them, but we were told no, an interview wasn't going to happen. Patricia Stevenson, the candidate, she was happy to do an interview, but her campaign manager, point blank, said no. So just out of transparency, just to let you know why we haven't had any Social Democrat people on. They have refused. They were asked in the local elections as well to come on and do an interview, and they refused there as well. So just clear that up before we start. Matt, the last time we spoke to you, it was the local elections. How's retirement going?
There has been no there's been no time to retire, Paul. I suppose I've been actively working with Peter Chapp for the last 2 months now, I suppose, in preparing and then for the actual canvass. So it has been a busy time for, I think, everybody on Chapp's team. You know.
And Chapp got 6,660 first preferences. Great return for a first-time general election candidate. And do you think you could get the 3 seats?
Yeah, look, Paul, it was an incredible first preference vote for, the guy, even though he's in local politics 10 years now, down south and that, people might know of him, a lot of people didn't. So it was trying to get him engaging with people there, and the response has been incredible, and Chap is very pleased with that.
Absolutely. And when you were knocking on the doors, Matt, what were the big issues that were coming up?
The general issues, housing, the cost of living was a big one, and something that we took on board. And I know Chap made a big issue of it, was the whole area of looking after the carers.
Yeah.
The intention to try and means test those, the disability factor. I mean, and disabilities in general. Chap really took a big one on that one, and got a lot of credit for his being outspoken on it, trying to make things better for those.
And if we look at the numbers, you could still, getting 3 is not beyond the bounds of impossible, but it's very, very difficult with the course system. Yeah. We have, I suppose, what do you think would need to go right for Peter Chapclear to get that 3rd seat for Fianna Fáil?
Yeah, I suppose at the outset, Paul, if I say an incredible voting system.
Yeah.
Fantastic when you're on the really good side of it. And we went home last night pretty confident and really positive. And then today you go through a process where it's Chap is not picking up a whole lot with city-based candidates, and the return is small, but continually building a little bit on his vote last night. So it can be, it requires patience, and we've been trying to do that. We're now at the big end of it. And we need things now to go well. We're, I suppose, waiting the figures on the last elimination. And I suppose the reality is Michael Doyle or David Fitzgerald may well be in contention to be eliminated. Yes. If Michael were to go, and we don't want to see him go, he's a really good friend of mine and with Chap's, but if he was to go, it might help Chap to get over that geographically. And look, he's a really good candidate, and again a new time candidate, put in a fantastic canvas, and we were following him, or he was following us on the doorsteps, and the response was really positive about him, as he was getting for Chap. So he's a really good candidate, but I suppose selfishly I hope he looks after us in these transfers, and that Chap can get a good transfer and keep him ahead of the patch, because they're coming at him fast and furious now, Paul.
Yeah, exactly. And South Kilkenny has been without a TD since the late Bobby Aylward, I suppose. How important would that be for yourselves as a South Kilkenny based Fianna Fáil member?
Yeah, and look, Paul, that was something that, from day one and going back prior to when we started to put a plan in place, which was about, getting re-established in the south. And Chap has opened an office in Mulnavat there a number of weeks ago, and if elected, he has committed to keeping that office there. I suppose from a Fianna Fáil point of view, we need to re-engage and re-energise that whole Fianna Fáil population in South Kilkenny, which was absolutely magnificent, and with that, we've probably lost a little bit of space on that one, so we want to get that back.
Yeah.
1821. Total vote 70324. Ballot papers 563. Ballot poll 69761. Number of seats 5. Vote 11627. Following is the result of the 10th count, which consisted of the distribution of Gary O'Neill's 3,765 votes. Total of votes distributed 3765 votes. Alan and Catherine, Fine Gael. Vote this count 141. Total votes 7405. Claire Peter Shop, Fine Gael. Vote this count 204. Total votes 7957. Doyle Michael, Fine Gael. Vote this count 138. Total votes 5477. Fitzgerald David, Fine Gael. Vote this count 122. Total votes 5707. Gladney Knox Sonia, Sinn Féin. Vote this count 350. Total votes 7535. McGuinness John, Fine Gael. Vote this count 450. Total votes 11513. Renee O'Connor Jennifer, Fine Gael. Vote this count 202. Total votes 8735. Newsom Drennan Natasha, Sinn Féin. Vote this count 478. Total votes 6775. Stevenson Patricia, Social Democrats. Vote this count 482. Total votes 6284. Non-transferable papers not affected 1198. Total votes 2383. No candidate has reached the vote on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate to distribute their votes. Michael Doyle, 5467 votes.
You can see those final
Yeah.
figures.
And we're just back. We had a count there, and Peter Chapclear, Matt, he got in the region about 220 votes, and now your colleague Michael Doyle of Fine Gael, he is going to be eliminated now. So there's about 5,000 votes there. 5,000 plus votes that are there to be distributed, so you'll be hoping for a good bounce there.
We're absolutely totally dependent on this one, on this transfers, Paul. If these come right for Chap, he'll be okay. And if he doesn't get more than his share, then we could be in trouble, you know. But we were, I suppose, not wishing Michael kind of bad luck or anything, but the way it was progressing all day and there were twists and turns in it, we were going to get very little across the city transfers. So with a rural candidate going out like Michael, geographically down in Ennistig, you know, near Chap, we're absolutely banking on this coming right for Chap and getting them on top of, even possibly even if he got a good bounce, might even overcome Jennifer Murnane, you know.
And I suppose the beauty or the not so beautiful part of this electoral system, you'd be thinking geography, etc., plays a part, but it could go completely different. So that's you just really don't know until the counts are in.
That's the intriguing part of this system. You just can't predict anything. There's nothing for certainty, and you're just totally in the blind leading into it, and everybody's just hoping that it goes there and they get, as you say, Paul, get their bounce. And there's nothing you can do about that when you let it happen, you know.
Absolutely.
So we're absolutely, we're on the edge now, you know, we're on the edge.
Well, Matt, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the count, and hopefully your candidate, Peter Chapclear, will get that third seat for Fianna Fáil.
Absolutely. Thanks, Paul. And you know, he to me in my time in 20 odd years there, he's been, from his day one, he presented with, I suppose, somebody with the greatest potential that I've seen for a long, long time. So let's hope the right thing is done here and he hangs in. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks very much, Paul.
Thank you, Jap. to be joined by Fine Gael Council. And we are delighted to be joined by Fine Gael Councillor for South Kilkenny, Fidelis Doherty. Fidelis, your colleague Michael Doyle, South Kilkenny based councillor, his votes are just being distributed. He's just been eliminated. He must have been disappointed for Michael not to be in the shake-up.
Yeah, and I dare say it is, but he can be really proud that he ran a very good campaign, a huge swell of support for him, and as that's politics for you, and the cutthroat of politics. And I was with him one of the days, and he were talking about something. He says, "I don't like losing," and he is such a positive. He was so good at engaging with people during the campaign and that. Yes, it was his first time to be a general election candidate, but he can be proud of what he achieved and what he worked to try to make the better for the people of South Kilkenny. So, and his family and his in-laws and all of us that stood with him, and he had that great swell of support, and we were happy to stand beside him and canvass for him.
And your colleague Catherine Callan, she got a great vote in Carlow. And if we were to look at where we are now at the moment, Fine Gael will definitely win a seat, and she probably looks the best place to do it as we speak.
Yeah, but things are changing. There's a leapfrogging happened there at the minute, and it's the transfers, and people say it, and it's the age thing of it. The transfers are everything, and they absolutely are. You see ballot papers out there now with 1 to 20 on them. Do you know? So that's phenomenal that people go past the 1, 2, or 3, or if they were, aligned to Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, maybe no more. Kind of way. So. But that's democracy at its very best, and it's happening here in the room, here in the Retro Sports Hall, in Kilkenny, in the Granges Road,
It's a fascinating electoral system we have. If you're on the right side of it, it's great. Like, you could get a massive vote but not get the transfers, or you could get a really small vote but get a load of transfers. So it's not what you start with, it's what you're going to finish with.
But you need a mighty start at the one time. Is the English electoral system where it's first past the post, and no matter if you're only one behind the person that gets past the post, you're out. You don't. So how great is that? Like, in that our model here in Ireland is the PP, the PR system of that your vote stays alive for as long as you wish it to stay alive.
Exactly, and some people say it's more representative of kind of a general area, because if we had, say, first past the post system, you would have no Sinn Féin, you would probably have no Labour Party, you would have no smaller party, no independent. It would just be Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, or maybe a few Sinn Féin or something like that. So it is representative of a constituency, the type of voting system we have.
That's true, Paul. And like, for people, they would know maybe people from different parties and would know them, so they would like to support them, and that's what this is about. And they have the power of the pen there on the 29th of November to do that. And they took that opportunity, which you would have to, like, for some people that aren't on the register or indeed don't vote, that is still quite the issue there. And there's always elections, so at least if you've had your say, you've had your say, which is hugely important. And there's no going back from that. You've expressed your own individual preference. So look, I'm sorry for Michael and his family, and please God, we'll see him again on the ballot paper. He's a great candidate. He's very steady. He's a good person. Like, anyone that asks me, I'd say he's a good, decent person. And for me, that's good enough. A good, decent person, hard working, plenty of experience at local level, local government. So I wish him well, and indeed all our candidates.
Absolutely. And now I'll pass you over to my colleague Paddy Manning. So this could go anywhere, so just brace yourself.
This time we had this conversation in June, and you said those very words, Paul. This conversation could go anywhere. So, as I said to Paddy, well, Paddy, how are you?
I don't think I went too bad near that, or too hard near that.
No, it didn't, not at all. We just had the chat, Paddy.
I'm going to go straight into the election count, and Michael's 5,467 votes. Obviously, David Fitzgerald will get a large chunk of that. Catherine Callan will get a good chunk of it, I'd imagine, being Fine Gael. Chap Clear, being the only other South candidate, might also be relying on those. Do you reckon they're the three? Is there anyone else who might maybe sneak in a few?
I don't think. I think I don't know. I think you've kind of summarised it there fairly good, Paddy. In that, Peter Clear would be the nearest neighbour, and they wouldn't be too far apart, towns lands wide. You could have so it would seem likely that that support will probably go somewhere there. It's hard to know, really. Do you know where after that, how much further it will go. That's about as much I could say really on that, because at the stage people have expressed their views. We've come this now. This will be into our 11th count. Is that right, Paddy? Going into our 11th count. So it really it's getting deciphered now at this stage, and that voting is just nearly finished, really. Yeah, because we're at the stage where we still don't have anybody elected, which is quite strange in itself, isn't it? Do you know?
From what I can see now, David is 1,000. Because if Fine Gael have any hope of getting a second seat now, it's David.
Yeah.
And they'll want a second seat. Kilkenny Fine Gael will want a TD. Whether they get it or not is another story. But
That's another story. Yeah. But you're right. It'll.
And he's 1,828 votes off Anya Gladney Knox at the moment.
Okay. So, yeah, there's that strength is showing there, even at this very late stage in the day, isn't there? Yeah.
Now, again, do you reckon Michael will get half of David's? He probably won't. That's a lot. That's a big ask.
It is, but I would imagine that the support is there. As a Fine Gaeler, or as indeed any party, you would wish to support your colleagues, which we all did. Where our first preference went in second and third, and after that, then there was continued if the wish was there. So it'll be interesting to see. We're at the final stage now, and it's nearly going to be decided probably in the next hour or two, maybe a little bit longer. But you have 5 seats here in Carlow, Kilkenny, and well done to everyone that put their name on the ballot paper. We had 20 candidates, brave decision, brave people, and we were happy to stand beside Michael Doyle, Dave Fitzgerald and Catherine Callahan.
Brilliant. I'll pass it back to Paul now.
Well, Fidelis, thanks a million for taking the time to chat to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. We're obviously, I'm sure you're very disappointed that Michael didn't make it, but Fine Gael will win a seat here in Carlow, Kilkenny. From the numbers, that's what it's looking like.
Yeah, it certainly is, Paul, and just a little bit unfortunate we're not a bit more than that. But that's politics, and it's democracy at its full and it's at its best. And the engagement of people is hugely important. And best wishes to everyone going forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you for covering the event
You're
here.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Paul.
Now joined by Fine Gael candidate, Councillor Michael Doyle, who has just been eliminated, and his votes are now being transferred. Michael, obviously very disappointed not to be coming home with a seat, but you must be happy with how you campaigned and the work you and your team put in.
Yeah, no, extremely happy. Yeah, it's a long campaign. You'll be extremely tired, but I'm really proud of the team that I had with me. I had a huge team, and they put in huge work. Great support, say, from family and friends, and to John Paul Phelan himself, and Councillor Joe Lyons, Fidelis Doherty, Pat Dunphy. They were fantastic, and no, we left no stone unturned to try and hold on to that seat in the south, but just didn't get there, I suppose. That's democracy on the day, you know.
That is, and I'm sure you're still kind of processing it at the moment. Overall, if you say look at Fine Gael nationally, how the campaign went, did that have any bearing on how you got on in your campaign, or was it kind of like nearly two separate campaigns? There's the national campaign, then there's your own kind of campaign, which is kind of focused. You'll be focusing on a specific kind of area of Kilkenny.
Yeah, I suppose the communities and areas that are around you. you're relying on a kind of a personal vote, and you're known to a certain extent in those areas. And I got great support there. Got great support in other areas, say further south and a bit north Kilkenny as well, to be honest. But I suppose national issues maybe could cost you a few votes along the way then as well. So all that adds up, I suppose, a bit. And I needed to be a couple of hundred votes more, first preference votes, to give me a chance, and lost out by very little in the end, to be honest.
Fine Gael, they'll definitely get one seat in this constituency, and Catherine Callahan looks the best placed at the moment. She got a fabulous vote out of Carlow.
Yeah, she did. She's a good candidate, to be fair, and she's also had a good campaign with a big team and a lot of support behind her. I suppose the thing that thrown everybody off was the loss of those 6,000 votes up in Kilkenny, and you see now the effect that has had. That Carlow looking like electing 2 to play for 3, maybe, you know. So that's big political change in this constituency. So that's going to have to be factored in from now on.
Without doubt. And now I'll hand you over to my colleague Paddy Manning. So brace yourself, as I said.
Michael,
Paddy,
congratulations, and I say that with the utmost sincerity. You ran a great campaign, and you didn't have a lot of time leading into it. When did your campaign start?
I was probably 10 weeks, full 10 weeks, I suppose, canvassing every day. So no, we had plenty of time, to be fair. We had plenty of time to get there. So no, I was delighted. I don't know, could I have done any more? When you fall short, you could pinpoint loads of different things, and why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? But when you're in the middle of it, very hard to get there, you know, to do everything. So no, I don't think I could do any more, to be honest.
I know, 100%. And we look at John Paul. John Paul was a senator in 2002. He ran in 07. He fell short. Mary White pipped him to the post on transfers. He ran for Europe, 2009. And again, he was a senator with a national office. He was a senator, fell short in the European election, but built a profile from those 2 elections. And then, with that profile, was able to take a seat in Leinster House. Kathleen Function ran in 2009, 3 elections. She won 1, the town council, missed out on county and Europe. Ran in the general election 2011, missed out, took a council seat, lost in the by-election before she took a seat. These elections, they might feel daunting, and they might feel fucking depressing, excuse my language, when you fall short. But they're a valuable exercise in building your profile for future elections. It's not even a question, that's a statement on my part. You were a county councillor. You didn't have a profile in South Kilkenny before this election. You do now.
Yeah. If I was to pick one thing, I suppose it might have caught me toward, you know, just for that extra couple of hundred votes. The name recognition was it. So I tried to get out and about as much as I could down there, and I got huge support, say, down your deep south with Fidelis and Pat Dunphy and that. So listen, you'd be thinking that I'm more on the radar down south now than I would have been before. So profile has improved a bit, and I think people maybe look at me as a genuine, legitimate candidate going forward, maybe. So listen, we're not going to rule anything out.
This election has been a stepping stone.
Yeah, you can say that. It's always development, Paddy.
I'm an optimist today. You're finishing up, you're eliminated on 5,467 votes. Where do you see them going? They're going to break every which way, but who gets the bulk of them?
Yeah, I suppose, listen, I would have, one of my concerns, I suppose, put my name forward would have been, I'm obviously close to Chapleer.
Geographically?
Yeah, absolutely, and that would have been a concern for me, putting my name forward. So it's kind of it's a Bobby Elwer, John Paul Phelan scenario that a lot of my supporters would give chap number 2, or vice versa. I'd get number 2 off chap. So there will a certain section or portion of my votes go to chap Clear, but there'll be also plenty of Fine Gael votes there as well.
The fact that Catherine Callaghan is still in the mix, I heard during the campaign from both teams that you needed to be ahead of Fitzgerald needed to be ahead of you to take a seat, and that Catherine's transfers would help elect one of you. Now, you didn't say that to me, but I have heard it said by other people in Fine Gael. She got a very strong vote. I think that's, for me, the surprise of this election. But with her in play, David would have been relying on a lot of your votes, or hoping for a lot of your votes, and she's going to maybe pull a few away.
Yeah, that could be the case. I had, if Catherine, who I wouldn't have known prior to the campaign, obviously, if Catherine, I had Catherine down as, if she ran a really good campaign, was going to be a really big player, and I've proved right. So I was trying to get my vote up to as high as I possibly could, because I felt Catherine's going to be hard pass here if she puts in a good campaign, and she's put in a good campaign. And to be fair, David Fitzgerald has put in a good campaign as well. So I mean, 3 candidates from Fine Gael put in good, strong campaigns, and there's no more you can do then. Whatever way the cards fall, they fall. So it's just unfortunate for me they didn't work my way this time.
I can see there was only 240 votes in it in the end, which is not a lot. But when you fall short, I mean, it's not a gigantic gap between the two of you, and down the line, you could very well increase the vote.
Yeah, that's possible. It's possible. But listen, I wish David and Catherine the very best, and hopefully they'll be able to win 1, if not 2 seats.
Where are you going for drinks later?
The Woodstock Arms.
In a Steig?
In a Steig, yeah.
There you go. You heard it here first. Back to Paul.
Well, Michael, we'd like to congratulate you on your campaign. It was a hard-fought, well-run campaign, and we wish you every success for the future, and hopefully you'll enjoy them few points tonight down in Inistioge. So from everyone here at the Irish Political Roundup, wish you all the best, and thanks for taking your time to speak to us today and speak to us during the course of the campaign.
Thanks, Paul.
You're very welcome. And you're very welcome to the Irish Political Roundup's coverage of general election count here in Carlow, Kilkenny for 2024. We're now joined by Fianna Fáil MEP for Ireland South, Cynthia Moricu. Cynthia, you're very welcome to the Irish Political Roundup. Looks like Fianna Fáil are going to have a good day here in Carlow, Kilkenny.
Yes, it's looking like that, but you can never count your chickens before they're
Certainly
hatched.
not.
That's for sure. And of course, there's been many an election where my dear colleague Jennifer Murnane O'Connor, one of the candidates here,
Yes.
who was told early on in 2016, I believe, that it was in the bag,
Yes.
so to speak. And then there was a late surge from Fine Gael. So, in the instant case now in 2024, it is looking very positive for Jennifer. It's looking very positive, obviously, for John McGuinness, who's at the moment top of the pile from Fianna Fáil. And it's looking positive for Peter Chapclear, our newest candidate. So, yeah, exciting night ahead. Nail biting.
And you're a Carlow woman. If we were looking at the positions now at the moment, if it stayed the way it is, 3 out of 5 TDs would be from Carlow, which I'd say was probably a first in this constituency.
Yes, Carlow is eventually punching above its weight and saying we're fed up of Kilkenny and we don't want to be in the halfpenny place and in the shadow of Kilkenny. Maybe I started something myself when I ran in the European elections in March and then won the seat in June. And maybe County Carlow said, look, there's this woman from a really small county called Cynthia. She's after getting elected. We now have Jennifer Murnane O'Connor, who's an excellent sitting TD. We're going to get a Fine Gael candidate now, Catherine O'Callaghan, who is an excellent candidate as well, and we want to see a woman from Carlow running. And then we have a Sinn Féin lady running as well from Carlow.
Did running for the national parliament ever interest you, or was Europe always your sole focus?
Europe was my sole focus. So having been a barrister and having been on a minor stage, so to speak, between the different courts, Circuit High and Court of Appeal and so forth, I always thought perhaps at a certain point in my life I could bring that skill set to another stage or another platform, particularly political platform, political and legal. And that's why the Europeans was my focus.
Absolutely, and the estimate, isn't it, about 70% of our laws actually originate in Europe. So it's really important that we actually take notice of what is going on in the European Parliament and what our Irish MEPs are doing. Because once you're elected, as you've seen yourself in a short space of time, it's very different to being in a national parliament. You're not just working with your party, you're working in a bloc, and you might have to form alliances in the strangest of places.
Yes. The European Parliament and how politics works there, Paul, is extremely collaborative, and it's less of the them versus us, and I suppose it's less of the argument on the floor of the Parliament, and it's more about the negotiation that happens at the committee level in advance of important votes being taken and in advance of matters being decided. So I'm particularly enthusiastic about the committees that I'm a full member on.
Okay.
So there's IMCO, Internal Market Consumer Affairs, that's very much focused on business and also artificial intelligence and also the Digital Services Act. And there's a huge degree of law involved in that particular committee. And also I'm on Transport and Tourism, which is vital for Ireland South because our connectivity and our airports and our ports and our roads and all of the investment required in that regard is vital to progress that. And it's also vital, obviously, to look after tourism in Ireland South. An awful lot of the voters who voted for me, an awful lot of the people who are eking a living out in Ireland South or in Ireland South depend on tourism and their individual businesses.
Absolutely. And make an interesting point on the business committee you're on. AI, that is probably the greatest kind of unknown frontier at the moment. It has its advantages and benefits, but there's also things about it that can be a little bit troubling. So is it about trying to get the balance between seeing the positives and the benefits of it, but kind of ensuring that it doesn't become something more, dangerous?
You're so right.
Yeah.
It's very, very important that AI and digital services, that these aspects of law and of business are progressed and they're developed, but they have to be subject to regulations and rules. Otherwise, they will have negative consequences. And we're already seeing in the area of social media, particularly for, I always say younger children, and then I follow up the sentence by saying, but there's adults who are addicted to social media as well. There's older people who are addicted to social media. So the tech platforms and the tech giants, they have to be robustly regulated. And one of the major things for kids, as we know, is age verification, because age verification is not hardly recognised by the tech giants. And obviously there are loopholes for children to register that they're aged 13, 14, 15 and therefore can have a social media account, but they're nowhere near that age.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I'm going to hand you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning. So,
Thank you. Goramila Mahagut, Das Lower Clad.
See. No hablo inglés. Where am I going with this? Right. We'll go with count.
Sure.
How are you going to call it?
I am going to call the count as follows. I think we're going to end up with 3 Fianna Fáil seats. I won't tell you the order, because I think that's for bigger brains than mine, but we're also going to end up with obviously a Sinn Féin seat and a Fine Gael seat.
I suppose the order doesn't matter a damn once you get them.
Absolutely. That was one thing that I learned very early on in my campaign, when there were so many seats to be won in Ireland South, and I decided I didn't really care where I came in the ranking of the 5, so long as it was a seat.
100%. Looking at a chap Clear is going to benefit from Michael Doyle's transfers.
Yes.
They're on each other's doorsteps.
Yes.
They're eating out of the same pile of votes, which probably annoy a few of the Fine Gael votes, but what can you, Fine Gael people, what can you do? Sinn Féin, any idea who's taking it, Natasha or Anya?
I think at the moment, with the lady from Carlow, who happens to be called Anya Gladney, I think she is likely to jump ahead of Natasha.
Well, she's already ahead of Natasha, sorry.
Yes, but I think she's going to jump and stay ahead.
Sorry,
I think she's going to jump nicely and stay ahead. Yes, I think I would be, my money would be on Anya at this point.
Sinn Féin have done very well in this election.
I think what's going to be interesting, looking at your list here, is that...
Excuse my handwriting.
No, your handwriting is extremely legible. But the Soc Dems, Patricia Stevenson's distribution is very hard to call, because what I'm hearing from my colleagues on the floor all day today and all day yesterday is that the votes, there seems to be quite a scattergun effect happening when it comes to distribution of these types of votes. They're going everywhere.
Could be a lot of votes that will be non-transferable there when Patricia Stevenson is eliminated.
I'd be surprised at that, but given that she's left-leaning and there's a few left candidates in, it's hard to know.
It is. I mean, obviously, we're probably pretty much agreed that Natasha Newsom Drennan's, her votes are automatically going to transfer in the main, if not wholly, 100% to Anya Gladney.
As sure as night follows day.
Exactly, yes. And it will be interesting, I suppose, in terms of the second Fine Gael distribution then. As you said, Michael Doyle will benefit Peter Chapclear, but how much is Michael Doyle, the second Fine Gael, or the third Fine Gael seat, if you like, how much is that going to benefit David Fitzgerald, the Fine Gael candidate, who's ahead?
Yeah. And again, Catherine in front of him is going to...
And Catherine in front.
She's going to... David's going to leak a few votes to Catherine, which
absolutely
he needs.
Absolutely. Except then geography comes into play, because the two gentlemen, David Fitzgerald and Michael Doyle, are obviously Kilkenny based, and Catherine O'Callaghan is firmly Carlow based.
Yeah. We'll find out soon enough.
It'll be nail biting, as I said.
Your political history. You are an MEP now. You weren't a councillor, you weren't a TD, you came out of, I won't say you came out of nowhere because you were very high profile.
No, you're absolutely right. I came out of nowhere from the point of view of party politics, or being either an activist on the ground, or being a councillor, or, working with a councillor, working with a TD, or I was a background person, and I was one of those background persons that never wanted to be named or never wanted to be credited with being involved in the old kitchen cabinet. So I would have been somebody who worked with candidates over the years when I was in the law library, but I certainly didn't publicise that.
You weren't a card-carrying member of Fianna Fáil?
I was not.
Wow.
I certainly wasn't, no. But I quickly paid my subscription, obviously, in March when I got the nomination, and I quickly became the card-carrying member. But to be honest with you, you hear a lot of talk during the election counts about gene pools and about somebody being from a Fine Gael gene pool, or a Fianna Fáil, or whatever, or a Sinn Féin one. And I can tell you, whatever about a gene pool belonged to my father, belonged to my mother, whatever, and they weren't party activists either. But Fianna Fáil was always in my DNA. That's probably the best way to describe it. From the time that I actually was a kid, because I believe I was politicised by the Irish language, which might sound a bit odd, But I actually became involved in politics because of the Irish language and because of Carta Civilta, or, the rights of minority language speakers, and the services that were afforded them or not afforded them in the Gaeltacht areas or in other areas like education outside of the Gaeltacht. So I became involved and very interested in the question of Irish language and culture as a teenager, and that continued on, I suppose, throughout broadcasting, because I broadcasted solely as Gaeilge for the first couple of years in RTE, and I would have been in every Gaeltacht constituency listening very hard to all the issues to do with Gaeltacht communities and the defence of the language and the defence of their way of life and the defence of their industry, and to try and get the likes of businesses to go to the Gaeltacht, to be based there. And it's funny, like, that's not neither today nor yesterday. That's a long time ago, decades ago, and yet if we look at the Irish language today and community, Gaeltacht communities, they're still under threat from the point of view of the housing dire need. And I know so many couples, and it's an issue that I'll actually be working strongly on in the European Parliament through the PETI committee, which is the petitions committee. There are so many Dhíneoga, Lánoga, young couples who want to actually build and rear their kids Trí Gaeilge, as Gaeilge in the Gaeltacht. Fianna Fáil, my party, and myself, we agree, and that obviously we support the Irish language as much as we can and the Gaeltacht areas, but we really need now to deal with this problem of young people not being able to build because of the strict planning laws and not being able to bring up their kids Trí Gaeilge. That doesn't just benefit the couple in question, but it benefits the whole region and it benefits the whole country. I mean, the Irish language is probably the most precious prize that we have in this country, and our wonderful culture. If you think about our world-known and world-famed writers, our filmmakers, we have singers, we have so many cultural aspects that all stem, I believe, from the Irish language.
There was a reason I asked you about your political history, because if you haven't been a Carrick member, you weren't knocking on doors before your European election, and this might be your first general election canvassing.
Yes.
How did you find your European election, driving up and down the length and the breadth of a very large constituency, and B, this general election where you're heading down Boreens and down back roads, and how did you find it as someone who hasn't done it before?
Absolutely loved it. You see, what people don't know, I suppose, about me is, I mean, I might look like this person who's, very well turned out, and maybe people get an impression that, she likes to take it easy, or she likes to have the easy life. I actually am somebody who works extremely hard. I've only ever been self-employed. I've only ever worked for myself in order to feed my family along with my husband. So when you say driving up and down Bohereens, I have been driving up and down Bohereens for 27 years as a barrister, because effectively I worked on circuit predominantly. So I was in my car most days of the week, and there might have been motorways, but there was a few Bohereens involved as well, where I had to go to fairly, I suppose, isolated courthouses, and I had to go and earn a day's living, and I had to drive back. So I'm very used to the, they call it now the grunt work, the grist and mill. I actually like that. I actually like the reality of having to just get up and go for it and do your best. And I suppose give back a bit as well. I was lucky that my various careers in life have been successful. So in the last 10 years, I've been able to reflect a bit and think, I'm doing okay. I've been lucky enough now to build up a nice practice or a nice business or whatever. And what can I give back? And that really got me thinking about politics, because the more clients that I dealt with through family law and child law, the more I saw desperate problems that really needed to be tackled, and tackled in a solution-driven way, in an informative way, but also in a very empathetic way. It's really important when somebody is explaining their problem to you that you listen. It's not a one-way street. It's not about, here's what I think you should do. I'm going to give you the solution now. You really do have to listen, and listening is half of the solution of the problem. So I've been listening to my clients' problems, and I have to say, very engaged by that. It's not something that I didn't enjoy. In fact, I enjoyed it, and trying to find a solution. So I was used to that, and therefore canvassing, really, I took to it like a duck to water. And I'm also a very, very much a people person. So I'm not just...
I can tell.
Yeah, I'm not just interested in, for example, you doing this podcast or these questions. I mean, I'd like to find out a little bit more about the two of you and you know, exchange a couple of opinions or a couple of views about things. Because I think the more you talk to people, the more you learn. And it's also very humbling as well. There's something very humbling about listening to other people because you get out of your own head and you're not consumed by your own path or your own intentions. So I love listening to people. I like engaging with people. And I do like then, if I'm presented with a problem, I kind of like a challenge. I like to go, right, I'm going to try and solve this for you now. I like that challenge.
I can see why Fianna Fáil approached you. You're built for it.
Yeah, it was kind of unbeknownst, but kind of beknownst. And also, I'm a very immediate, direct person. I don't beat around the bush. I try to be as authentic as I can and as realistic as I can and as truthful to myself, but truthful to the situation as well. So I think in politics, a lot of career politicians, and I don't consider myself a career politician because I've had other careers. I think a lot of career politicians, to their detriment, some of them get very focused on their career as a politician. And as a result, they become very careful or very cautious or maybe a little bit nervous or maybe less adventurous than I am. So I don't have that fear. If something goes wrong, well, you know, I'm happy to say I was wrong or it now is something, it's a problem I have to fix. I don't try and avoid having problems. I don't run out to seek them either, but I don't feel I'm as cautious as a lot of what I would consider career politicians. And I do think politicians nowadays, like every other profession, whether you're a barrister like I was, or whether, I don't know, you're a teacher, a doctor, an engineer, a nurse or whatever, you really have to be with the people that you're trying to help. And by that, I mean, you have to be in the zone. There's no point in going through the motions of doing your job. I really do think you have to give it a little bit extra now because people are under a huge amount of pressure. You don't need me to tell you about all the problems, cost of living, housing, everything that has come up in the recent election. And they really do require engagement and somebody to identify with them, but not in a false way, in a real way.
Can I pick your barrister brain?
Yeah.
Free legal advice. Obviously, we had the trial of, it's completely unrelated to politics, the civil trial of Conor McGregor and Nikita Hand, and the costs around that have to be determined. And there has been a few tweets by McGregor's Twitter account that have been viewed as defamatory right now. And it said today, I think it was the High Court who that we're seeing that case, are going to examine those tweets before they decide costs. As a barrister, how do you reckon they'll look on those?
Well, far be it from me to give any legal opinion when I haven't been given the brief. That's the first golden rule when you become a barrister. And also, you're never allowed to give a legal opinion if there's already a legal team on board.
My ignorance, that's apologies.
Oh, no. I've no difficulty there, but I would like to say something about that case. And that is, enough is enough. I take my hat off to Nikita Hand.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, who had the courage, and I honestly do not know where she got that courage. I know what that takes because I dealt with sexually abused clients and also clients who were abused financially or mentally or in different ways. And the courage that is required to actually bring yourself to make a complaint, she didn't to the guards, or she did and the DPP decided not to prosecute, but to actually pursue a civil complaint, engage a legal team, leave aside the expense, but it's the sheer trauma of reliving all of that. And I can tell you one thing, guys, a courtroom is the most daunting place you can be if you are a party to the proceedings. It's the loneliest place. You think the count centre is bad, but at least the candidates have their team around them. But in a courtroom, you have your legal team, but you don't have your mammy and daddy and sister and your children like you do down there in the count centre. You don't. You are on your own. And
very vulnerable.
Extremely vulnerable. And not just from a cost point of view, which you've raised, but also from a credibility point of view. And it is an environment that is so anathema and so different to everybody else's environment. You know, we've all been to a concert, we've all been to the church maybe, we've all been to the shopping centre, we've all been in formal situations maybe at work, but the formality of the courtroom is chilling.
Well, thank you for your opinion. I'm going to pass you back to Paul.
Yeah, now just one last question for you, particularly around housing. There is now a EU Commissioner for Housing. Do you think how is that going to help, you know, with the housing challenge that Ireland still faces?
I think it will help because housing has now been put firmly on a European political stage. And it means the housing problems in Spain or Portugal or Ireland or Italy are not just individual problems, but it is an overall problem for the European Union. And unless we do this together, unity and strength, and the emphasis being on the new Commissioner for Housing, unless we start rolling out policies and rolling out plans and legislation to deal with housing on a pan-European basis, it's going to be harder, or we're not going to make as much progress dealing with it as individual countries. For example, the European Investment Bank perhaps can be rigorously investigated and looked at to see if there can be monies freed up to provide money to build more social housing.
And the money is there.
And the money is there. There are other aspects as well to look at. Obviously, the rules around spending by individual states is limited because of our membership of the European Union. Again, perhaps the Housing Commissioner can investigate that and unpick it a bit and say, look, we have a generation or two at this stage of youngsters. We all know them. You're probably some of them, I don't know. I'm not, because I'm at the other end, but they are being locked out of housing. It's a basic need. And so we need to deal with that. Fianna Fáil we've done an awful lot. There's lots more to be done. There's no doubt that we are building more houses than we did 4 years ago before we were in government, or 4.5 years ago. But I do think having the commissioner, I should say, having a housing commissioner in the European Union is going to benefit. Excuse me.
Absolutely. Well, Cynthia Morricu, thanks a million for taking the time to chat to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. It's been interesting to get an insight into the work you're doing in the European Parliament and getting your thoughts here on the general election account here in Carlow, Kilkenny. So
it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
120-821. 70324. Invalid ballot papers 563. Valid vote 69761. Number of seats 5. Voter 11627. Following is the result of the 11th count, which consisted of distribution of Michael Doyle 5,467 votes. Total of votes distributed 5467 votes. Callahan Catherine, Fine Gael, votes discount 1157. Total votes 8562. Clear Peter Chap, Fine Gael, votes discount 1215. Total votes 9172. Fitzgerald David, Fine Gael, votes discount 1900. Total votes 7607. Blackie Knox Anya, Sinn Féin, vote discount 58. Total votes 7593. McGuinness John, Fianna Fáil, votes discount 536. Total votes 12049. Mernan O'Connor Jennifer, Fianna Fáil, votes discount 66. Total votes 8801. Newsom Drennan Natasha, Sinn Féin, votes discount 149. Total votes 6924. Stevenson Patricia, Social Democrats, votes discount 141. Total votes 6425. Non-transferable papers not affected 245. Total votes 2628. As the votes John McGuinness exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. Distribution fairness as follows. John McGinn, 422 Fairness. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, save expenses of the lowest continuing candidate, save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute their votes. Shirley Stevenson, 6425 votes. Thank you.
No. We're live here with John McGuinness, who's just been elected on the 11 counties, reached the quota, passed the quota, and deemed elected. Congratulations, John.
Thank you very much. Delighted to have been elected, having reached the quota. It's always an achievement to do that. But I would like to firstly take the opportunity to thank all those who voted for me, who participated in the election and the democratic process. Now the real work begins of forming government for the country. And I would hope that the discussions around that will happen immediately so that we can have a truly stable government as soon as possible and perhaps before Christmas.
What's your preference?
Well, the preference, I think, expressed by the people was for a stable government. So if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael give that stability with an added minor party or a number of groups, depending on the seats that we have at the end. Well, once it's stable, once there's a programme for government that will be implemented in a tangible way to affect the lives of people, then that's what we should all be focused on. As to my preference, we've worked before with Fine Gael. Things have changed now after 5 years. And I think that the election has probably taught us all a lesson in terms of how the electorate view politics. And then the smaller parties then will be worried about the risk when they look at the Greens. But when an agenda is put together that's sensible, I think you'll attract others. It's where you're focused on a theme, like the Greens were, that it's quite possible you'll put people off, or you'll be over ambitious and it'll affect the lives negatively of people. So I think common sense, and we will find suitable partners to provide that stable government.
I've often heard people calling for a merger of Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, to form a left-right divide in Ireland, but it's also people who are outside of those two parties calling for it.
Yeah, but if you look at what has happened, I remember years ago saying there was no great difference. In fact, the phrase I used was there wasn't the thickness of a ballot paper of difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And what emerged after that, the confidence and supply, that sort of paved the way with membership of both parties. I'm no fan of confidence and supply. I didn't like it. We didn't vote and we tied ourselves up. But then after that, then the next, I suppose, natural step after that was coalition with Fine Gael. What will happen thereafter, I don't know. But I can see a merger in my time in the Dáil anyway, because there's always, issues that arise. There's a different emphasis on policies, and there is still a lingering, I suppose, reference to the Civil War politics. But the country has moved on. Parties have to move on, and individuals and parties have to move on and realise that, we're now shaping a different Ireland with challenges.
We've lost a minister in Malcolm Noonan. Joe Malone earlier called for you to be made should the three seats be pulled off, be made a senior minister going forward. Would you serve if you were asked? I
would, yeah. I mean, I've been, as I said, chairman of the Finance Committee, chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and was Minister for Trade and Commerce. And in any capacity, even if it's a backbencher, I will do the job as best I can. And in any job that I've had politically, I've put the ego to one side that one might get when you're offered a position. And I've always kept my feet on the ground and worked hard for people or for the country. And then you reference Malcolm Noonan. Malcolm Noonan did an exceptional job as minister. He was all over the country in terms of, what he loved best, which was nature restoration, the green agenda, and he was sensible about it. And, when you look at what he did, and he hasn't won a seat, it raises the question about Irish politics, about getting in and doing a job, and at the same time then having to manage your potholes and your medical cars and your housing and all of those other local issues. And there's a balance to be struck. But he did a good job, and I acknowledge him for that.
The tide was out on the Greens. It seems going into government is political weed killer.
I just think that they went too far. They went too far ahead of the public. They didn't bring the audience with them. They didn't bring the electorate with them. And what they were asking for required others to be funded to achieve it. Farmers, for example. And they weren't funded properly. So some of the schemes just played negatively for the farming sectors. And that's what can be different about another government. It can be green, it can be sensible, it can apply common sense policy. And in whatever you're doing in the future in government, particularly this government, it has to be done with the stakeholders on board. So whether it's small business or whether it's agriculture or the carers or anybody else, you have to have the stakeholders on board. You have to be working in unison with those that you're trying to achieve targets with.
And I don't want to hold you up because you have a lot of people to talk to, and I'm sure you're going to go celebrate, but 4 seats left, how do you call it?
I think that, as I've said, through this campaign, 3 seats are on, I think, for Fianna Fáil. And it's hard to call the last seat, but the Fine Gael seat in Carlow, that's where it's going to go. Carlow, Jennifer Murnane will be in the mix. So there's a lot of change, and that's reflecting the change that we saw during the election in the mood of people and in how they express that then. And I like to learn lessons from elections, and there's lots of lessons to be learned from this election.
Sean, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.